Good morning, everybody. It's 8 o'clock. Looks like we have everybody here. Let's go ahead and call the meeting to order. So welcome everyone to the 254th meeting of the North Pacific Fishery Management Council. This meeting is being recorded. Members of the council, staff, and the public, everybody participating, please self-mute if you're not speaking. That feedback can be pretty interrupting for us. Just expect and be patient with visual lag as they occur, and first check in with staff if you're running into any issues. But oftentimes, just a simple exiting the meeting room and re-entering will fix any situations that you're having. And of course, staff can be reached at npfmc.admin@noaa.gov to get any help, or everybody, I think, is fairly aware of ways to get a hold of staff if needed. With that, I'd like to welcome the new U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service representative, Holly Carroll, to the meeting. Thank you for joining us. And I'd like to turn it over to Ms. Kimball briefly for an acknowledgement.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This will be brief. I'm sorry my camera looks like this. I'll try to figure that out. I just wanted to say a few words. I think everyone in this virtual room knows there's been significant challenges for the fishing industry and communities due to the pandemic. And I think we've heard some of those directly at the council, but I think most of them we haven't. And I just wanted to, put out there on the record that we've been extremely fortunate in Alaska to work with the state of Alaska, as well as many local public health providers, more than we could possibly name. And as we've come into spring, I think the opportunity to be vaccinated has been a real game changer in terms of reducing risk to fishing crews, to processing crews, and to fishing dependent communities. And recently there have just been some extraordinary efforts to vaccinate the fishing industry that I wanted to quick recognize. Paul Mueller at Eastern Aleutian Tracts has been able to vaccinate, first the communities in his region, but then over 3,500 fishing industry folks, most with second doses being completed this month. And Paul has held vaccine events in King Cove, Sandpoint, Acatan, Unalaska, King Salmon, Adak, Whittier. I think False Pass is in the works. I also wanted to recognize Melanie Tierra at Ileoleuc Family and Health Services. That's the clinic in Unalaska. And she continues to serve that community and the fishing and processing fleets there, and most recently supported a vaccine clinic supplied by Safeway. And I don't pretend to know what it means to put on a vaccine clinic. I just know all of the reporting requirements, the transportation, the logistics that need to be managed properly to ensure people stay safely apart. And she's done everything generally she can to make those things a success in Unalaska. And that includes not just her staff, but the Unalaska Fire Department and the Unalaska Parks Department. So there are numerous local and tribal health partners working throughout Alaska. And as a management body, I thought it was important that we acknowledge the impact of their ability for fisheries to operate safely this year and appreciate, their dedication to getting people vaccinated. So I'm grateful to those two, to others, and I just want to thank them on behalf of this council, and thank you, Mr. Chair, for giving me a few minutes.
Thank you, Ms. Kimball. Great to point all those efforts out. I think I really appreciate you bringing that up, because there has been an amazing amount of effort that we don't necessarily see from where we're sitting. So thanks again. Next, I'd like to turn it over to Dr. Balsiger to say a few words. As I think folks have heard, the former head of RAM Division, Phil Smith, has passed away. Dr. Balsiger.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So Phil Smith, who many of you knew because of his efforts with the IFQ program, passed away about 2 weeks ago. We had a memorial service for him at the Juneau Yacht Club on Friday afternoon. Phil was a neighbor of ours living here in Juneau, just about 4 houses up the street from us here on Evergreen Street, and he'd been there for a long time. Phil had a very interesting life in Alaska. When he was first working in Juneau, he was interested in the thespian side of things, so he was part of the theater group, and I won't, it's not boring, but we don't have time for a lot of it, but I will mention that in the summer of 1969 and 1970, he and his wife and some of the fellow troops built rafts out of oil drums and logs and floated down the Kuskokwim River. They floated down the Galena River from Circle to Galena, putting on thespian shows for the villages along the way. And they didn't really have any experience in that, but Phil could basically do anything. I actually would never in my life have enjoyed trying to tie some poles on top of some oil drums and floating the Yukon. And so that's the nature of what Phil was. I guess it's no surprise when, after he was a commissioner at the Fisheries Entry Commission for Governor Sheffield, he was in Juneau, and when the council passed the IFQ programs, Phil was really instrumental in put that together. The logistics, the programs, the accountability that we use in the IFQ program is still pretty much the way Phil set it up. It's not working very good anymore because it's been a long time. A lot of technical advances have been made in computers and accounting systems, but Phil put that together, and it's been a lasting thing. There was perhaps one other IFQ program in the country when the Sablefish Halibut program started up at the North Pacific Council. Ocean quahogs on the East Coast, but it was quite a minor idea compared to what was put in place with thousands of recipients of initial quota in Alaska. So Phil was instrumental in doing all of that. After he retired, he remained a volunteer in all kinds of good issues in Juneau, native health issues, high school health issues, school board issues. A genuine humanitarian and a person who looked for the best in everybody. So it's sad that Phil's gone. He had a good life and a good, important life and contributed to the country. But I just wanted to say that we'll miss him here at the Fisheries Service. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Dr. Balsiger. Appreciate you sharing those memories. Okay, so with that, we are ready to move into approval of the agenda. So we're going to begin today with the B reports. We'll have B2, the NIMS briefing. Sam Rauch is here to give us that if we can get connected. The briefing will be on EO 14008, section 216C. We'll give an oral report, and then we'll give the opportunity for public comment there to any members of the public who wish to provide comment, and also provide an opportunity for council members to ask questions and any deliberations. We can also circle back to that later in B reports or in staff tasking as usual. So we'll just be flexible there. We'll have two other oral presentations, the EFH 5-year review plan, and then also under B8 from the U.S. Navy regarding Northern Edge 2021 exercises. The rest of the reports will just be written, but of course the opportunity to ask questions as we go through the agenda. So after that, we'll go on to the AP report on all agenda items except C2, which will be given during that agenda item. After we get through that, as far as the rest of the agenda, we're scheduled to take up the 4 IFQ related issues first, D1 to D4, circle back to C1, and then take agenda items in order. So as always, just please note that depending on how we're moving along, that agenda items may be taken up earlier or later than they are listed on the agenda. We're scheduled to go through Saturdays if necessary, but hope to conclude before that. And then the SSC report is scheduled time certain first thing on Wednesday morning. And just as a reminder, we've asked for streamlined presentation from agencies as staff where possible. So any objection or changes to the agenda before we move on? Okay. So with that, we'll move into the B2 report next briefing on the EO. Sam, Ralph, are you?
Mr. Chairman, can you hear me?
Yes. Good afternoon, or good morning. Good afternoon.
All right, thank you. I'm glad I was able to solve my audio problems. I am here today to discuss Section 216C of President Biden's Executive Order 14008 titled Tackling the Climate Crisis at Home and Abroad. I think there were some slides. Thank you very much. And if we could go to the next slide, please. I don't know how. Okay, thank you. So this executive order, as it indicates, is part of there's a significant number of actions in this executive order, and I already talked with the council briefly at the last meeting about some of these actions here. So there's quite a few things in here, but I'm going to focus on Section 216C today, which directs Commerce and NOAA to, quote, initiate efforts in the first 60 days from the date of this order to collect input from fishermen, regional ocean councils, fishery management councils, scientists, stakeholders on how to make fisheries and protected resources more resilient to climate change, including changes in management, conservation measures, and improvement in science, monitoring, and cooperative research. As given that the fishery management councils are explicitly mentioned in this executive order as a focus of our outreach, we are initiating efforts to talk with the councils. We've had a number of discussions with a number of other councils about this. I had a brief discussion with this council about this at the last meeting, but we are formally asking for your input into this request. And let me just preface it by this should not be viewed by the council, and I do not believe you probably do view it this way, as something completely alien to the things that you normally tackle on a day-to-day basis. The resiliency of our fisheries, whether it's to climate change or other things, is something that the councils deal with quite often. I know that this council in particular, as do other councils, have been focused in part on climate change, how climate change has impacted the various fisheries, and have taken some actions in that regard. We do know that it is not a one-size-fits-all action for fisheries. There are different fish stocks that react differently to warming oceans, increasing acidification, and rising seas. We know that it can have a distributional effect on some stocks, so that they leave areas and show up in areas. It may have a more difficult issue in terms of actually declining productivity in some stocks. We know that there are other stocks that appear to be winners in the climate category to the extent that there are winners and losers but that do seem to be benefiting, or at least benefiting in areas. So it is a complex pattern. Our science centers have made a number of efforts to try to look at which stocks are particularly vulnerable to climate change and otherwise, and I know the councils in general have been looking at this issue for some time. And it is clear from this executive order, and NOAA certainly believes this, that these are things that cannot be dealt with alone, that the councils are key partners. There are others, but the councils clearly are a key partner in how we approach these kinds of issues, and has significant views that we want to take into account on fisheries and other protected resources issues in terms of resiliency to climate change. So I want to open the floor to the councils to do that, to start the formal request process. I just keep in mind that in addition to the Magnuson-Stevens authorities here, which the council is clearly familiar with, NOAA has other authorities, including the ESA, the MNPA, the Sanctuaries Act, the Coastal Zone Management Act, and others that it is going to be looking at in terms of the broader question here. And we're going to use this input in a number of different ways. The executive order does not specify how we're to use the input. And I think it somewhat depends on what we get out through the process. But one way we're clearly going to use it is in the next series of regional action plans that we develop under our fisheries climate science strategy. So that is what we are trying to do on this executive order. I will tell you a couple of other things. One, we did put out a Federal Register notice in March seeking public comment on this exact question. That Federal Register notice was open through April 2nd. It is since closed, but we still are interested in comments from the council. We recognize that the councils have council meeting dates by which they act that don't always fit in well with the 1 month public comment period. And so we are determined to give the councils the time they need and to listen to what the councils may say, even if it is after the close of the comment period on that rule. So council comments today or in the near future still very timely for our efforts. And we will look up other ways. We will examine other ways to try to engage the broader public and or the councils if necessary. It may be that the council coordinating committee may want to have a fuller discussion about this in May. But we will look for other ways to engage the council and the broader public in these questions. One issue about what is not on this list. So I want to be clear that we are here today to talk about this specific request under 216C, but there is a lot of other issues under this executive order, and there's not been a single meeting on 216C where we haven't talked about or where some interested party has not raised the interactions between this and other provisions of the executive order, including paragraph 216A. So I want to say just a little bit about that. So 216A, as you may be aware, is a requirement on the Department of Interior to prepare a report on how to further the goal of conserving 30% of the nation's land and water resources by 2030. It's not 30% of the ocean, and it is not necessarily protecting, it is conserving. And that term is undefined. The Interior Department is going to prepare a report on that, and part of that report is how to engage the stakeholders and other processes in how to further that goal. So I do not expect the Interior Department is going to, that report is due later this month. I do not expect the Interior Department to present a list of here are all the areas that they now want to conserve that are not currently conserved. I think the report is likely to either have a definition for what conservation means, and we have heard quite a broad range of interpretations as to what conservation might mean, or some principles and a procedural pathway for how to get stakeholder input into answering some of these questions, because one of the questions that we do need to answer amongst the federal government is where are we right now in terms of what is or is not conserved, in how you would, however you define that. And then how would you engage in a process over the next 10 years of making progress to if you are below that 30% mark, achieve that 30% mark. So while we've had some discussions internally with the Interior Department, I do not know what is going to be in the Interior Department's report. I don't know the process that they may lay out for how to further that effort. But any comments that we get, we are happy to forward if you do not send them directly to the Commerce Department, to the Interior Department. We're happy to send comments on to the Interior Department for their consideration. So if I could have the last slide, please. I think this is just my slide for comments or discussions. You can email these. This is somewhat out of date because it was reflected the email comments in the Federal Register that was technically due on April 12th. But to the extent that the council has this, the council knows how to communicate with us directly, and we will take those into account. So thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I am happy to stop my presentation here and take any comments or questions the council may have.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Rao. Thanks for your time this morning. Let's see if there's questions. Council members. Marks.
Thanks, Mr. Rao, and thanks, Mr. Chair. Just a question. You kind of answered it in your presentation at 216A, but just when it sounds like with respect to 216A and the region action plans, that those would come out and then the councils would respond to those or adapt to those consistent with the MSA standards. Is that the way you see that playing out? Thanks.
Yeah, 216A, I do not envision the Interior report. I don't envision it being a directive specifically to the council. I do envision it to the extent that we either through this report or at some later date believe that we are below the president's goal of 30%. I believe we would articulate a pathway for how we would get stakeholder input into that and to the extent necessary involve the councils in that process. But I do not believe the issuance of any report from Interior at the end of this month will immediately lead to actions by the councils as opposed to setting up a process maybe that would eventually lead to that. In terms of our regional action plans, we have regional action plans already that the council can look at. They are designed to be things that NIMS can do. Some of them do talk about things that we could suggest to our partners, but they also do not mandate actions by the councils. But the councils have been a good partner in thinking about what might be in those and providing comments about that. And certainly that would be available for the council's review at some point in the near future when we do that. But that would be the next iteration of the regional action plans. There is already a current iteration of that. So hopefully that was helpful.
That was helpful. Thank you.
Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Rauch. The council did send a letter specific to Section 216C at the end of March, and I believe what we tried to outline in that letter was what we're doing currently to adapt to climate change, in particular, deal with climate indicators and incorporate those into our process, most specifically our specifications process, and then our 5-year plan with our climate change task force in order to do exactly what the objective of Section 216C says, and incorporate climate resiliency and provide more tools for climate resiliency across our fishery management system. And that letter we sent to NOAA in particular, and we were asking for NOAA to support our efforts in climate resiliency and provide consistent funding and support for the multiple surveys that we have in order to be our baseline data for all of these efforts. And I'm wondering if you can provide the council any kind of background on what the agency is thinking. If this is more let's look at what kind of directives or policies can come from the agency in order to ensure Section 216C is implemented, or whether it's what are councils doing and how can we support what they're already doing under their current authorities.
Yeah, thank you. And I am aware that we have received that input from the North Pacific Council, and to some extent, I did ask the council for input at the last council meeting when I did it at opening, and so the council took me up on that. So I appreciate that. There's a mixture of things that we could do, right? Clearly, the council currently works, as I mentioned in my opening remarks, currently works on resiliency on a number of issues, including climate resiliency. And there's a number of actions that the council has undertaken and that we've undertaken in cooperation with the councils to deal with that. And I imagine that we're going to try to continue to do those things. And I appreciate the council's statement that those things continue to be of importance. And as we prepare our budgets and our research plans and other kinds of things, it is important to know that the council still thinks that those are important things to do. So there's, to some extent, there is preserving the status quo, which is why I started out with this is not necessarily new actions that we're asking to undertake here. It is something that both we and the councils already do. To the extent that there are suggestions for how we can do those things better, how we can do them either regulatory efforts that the council has that it wants to undertake, that it feels somehow constrained but would need some assistance there, or if there are things like research or other things that we can start doing that we're currently not doing or we can do better. We are open to those discussions, and we'll have to consider that in the broad suite of agency priorities, mindful that the president has told us this is important. So, we have lengthy, we have budget planning processes, we have research planning processes, we have all those processes. So I'm not envisioning that we will immediately undertake a specialized process for this, but this will be a thumb on the scale as we do those other planning activities with the councils and on our own. So hopefully that was helpful on that. But we have that letter. We have not yet fully thought about how we're going to respond to everything that's in that letter.
Thank you, and Mr. Rouse. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do just encourage you to recognize the tone of that letter, and that we've established a work plan even at our last meeting for kind of a 5-year process to do the same thing that the EO is attempting to do. And so, some recognition that this won't be a quick response, but that our council at least is trying to put those pieces in place in order to respond in the most appropriate way that could be, durable over time is our intent. So thank you for that.
Ms. Kimball. Mr. Twight.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Rao. A follow-up to Ms. Kimball's question. I'm wondering what kinds of feedback you've gotten from other councils, just relative to, is it similar? Are they striking similar themes to the themes that North Pacific Council described, or are there issues they're bringing up that are sort of uniquely theirs? Can you give us a bit of a flavor of what you're hearing in general from the councils at this point?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Twight. I did not recall, and I could be wrong about this, that we've gotten written comments specifically from the other councils yet, although that could have happened. I think this is the 4th formal presentation I've had of the 8 councils. And so one of the things that we've clearly talked about in those oral comments has been the importance of NOAA research and focusing on many of the climate related questions. We have done the fish stock vulnerability analysis, which identifies certain stocks that would be particularly vulnerable and not to climate change issues. And that is a very useful tool, but it is still a very generic tool. And there's a general desire to build upon those efforts in terms of research. So there was quite a lot about research, quite a number of comments, much like we just heard from Ms. Kimball, about the importance of surveys and having a solid basis for what the status quo is, what the baseline is in making resiliency determinations. That, I think, has been the there may be other issues. I have not heard specifically a number of regulatory issues on the East Coast, except with the exception that on the East Coast, there is quite a concern because we have fish stocks that migrate amongst a number of different coastal states, three different councils, and the Atlantic States Marine Fisheries Commission. And dealing with governance of shifting stocks is very important there. It could become important in other areas of the country, but it is a very real climate change issue right now, given that people believe climate change is driving a lot of those distributional effects. So I heard that specific regulatory issue with some of the East Coast councils. I've heard a general response that we could focus on more targeted research to build on what we've done. And then, of course, the general statement about how important the surveys and continuing the surveys for the baseline science is. And then I apologize to my friends on other councils if I have missed something important that they wanted me to undertake from this, but that is just a very high level review of what some of their comments have been.
Thank you. Sam, do you think there'll be an opportunity in scheduling for this for the CCC to respond as a whole, or is it just going to have to be individual council responses?
So the CCC is chaired by the Pacific Council at the moment, I believe, and certainly we would welcome any group efforts by the CCC to bring the divergent views together into a more singular response. I do not know that it is on the May CCC agenda yet, although I suspect that they may put it on, and we would certainly welcome any high-level discussions and participate should they want to discuss that.
Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Twite. Further questions for Mr. Rout? Okay, great. Thanks again, Mr. Rout, for joining us this morning. I'd like you to stay for public testimony and any further discussions if you can. Otherwise, thanks again for joining us this morning.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, that will bring us to public comment on B2. Like we have 7 members of the public signed up to testify. First up is Stephanie Madsen and Chris Barrows, then Summers Cole, then Heather Boucher. Note that we will be tracking time on the Adobe Connect app, but I will also have a recorder going here since at times we have lags. I will let you know if the clock is wrong and you need to wrap up your testimony. Before we get in, Ms. Baker.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair, and sorry to interrupt, but I did hear Ms. Davis say that we have a new feature on our public testimony list, and I just wanted to confirm if a person signing up for a public testimony wishes to waive questions, will that be visible on the public testimony list for council members so we can clearly see that? Or how are we going to know that they want to waive questions?
Thank you, Ms. Baker. Good question. Mr. Witherell or Ms. Davis?
This is Maria. It'll be shown on the list of where you can see who's testifying. It will say this person is. It'll say waiving questions if the box is checked.
Okay.
Thank you for the clarification.
Thanks. Good question, Ms. Baker. Thank you for that. Okay. Ms. Madsen and Mr. Barrows, good morning.
Yes, good morning, Mr. Chairman. Am I coming in okay?
Yes, you are.
Okay, thank you. Yes, it's Stephanie Madsen at Seed Processors, and with me is Chris Barrows, Pacific Seafood Processors Association. Thank you for taking public comment, and thank you for the agency for their oral presentation. It's been informative. Mr. Chairman, we did submit the comments that our joint trade association submitted to the agency during the public comment period. So I encourage you and others to review those detailed comments. And of course, we are very hopeful that the agency will look at the details. But for purposes of today's testimony, I think I'm just going to hit the highlights of our public comments. Mr. Chairman, we do recognize that we need to ensure that fisheries and protected resources remain resilient. It's in everybody's interest that take place. We've long relied on healthy marine ecosystems for everyone's well-being, including livelihoods and food. We really wanted to highlight today 3 overarching points. First, it is critical that science be at the center of the decision-making process. As we've had many conversations at this council, we commend that they have an understanding of those, the importance, because no climate resilience strategy for fisheries and protected resources will be effective without sustained increases in regional science capacity. So we urge the agency to make this first order business of the administration's Marine Climate Resilience Initiative. Second, we must ensure that managers maintain flexibility to implement the dynamic management strategies that would be most successful in the face of climate change, including conservation measures that can be adaptive to new information and the changing environment. I have to say, Mr. Chairman, as we have noted in the past, it seems a little bit conflicting to see the advocates for allowing the alarm on ocean climate simultaneously seeking to promote a static area-based management approaches. So we do not support looking at marine protected areas as a silver bullet for maintaining climate resiliency. And then lastly, Mr. Chairman, the third bullet here, as you well know, everyone on this call and listening, the North Pacific is well advanced in the development and implementation of strategies to ensure resilience in the face of climate change, and is currently in a multi-year process to better meet this specific objective. So we really do hope that the agency and others will take into consideration the steps that you are currently taking as they are developing a national marine climate resilience initiative. Again, we have provided detailed comments for your review, but we wanted to highlight it for Mr. Ralph today and his staff that are listening. It's a very important issue to us. So I will turn it over to Chris Barrows.
Thank you, Stephanie, and thank you to council members and to Mr. Rausch and others bringing up this very important topic. Instead of taking an opportunity to testify under agenda item B11, we thought we would just also highlight for the council and others a letter that we submitted for review. It's a letter dated 12 April from 20 different fishery organizations to the Secretary of the Interior, Holland, that describes our input for the report that they're preparing pursuant to Section 216A of Executive Order 14008, which Mr. Rausch highlighted at the end of his comments. It reiterates, I think, a lot of what the Council and the CCC has already provided initially to Commerce and to NOAA. But it packages it in the context of Section 216A, and obviously it sends it to the Secretary of Interior. But it's clearly supporting science-based approaches to marine fisheries management, a very specific theme, which we've been talking about. And it has 4 recommendations that we believe will help provide a strong foundation for which the Department of the Interior to develop a plan for the marine component of the President's 30 by 30 commitment. those recommendations, I won't reiterate the ones that I think are consistent already with the council's letters and some of the thoughts and processes that we've heard outlined in that testimony. But I did want to highlight recommendation number 2, which is to identify and report what is being outlined as other effective area-based conservation measures, OECMs, through operational guidance for a 30 by 30 framework. And in our view of that, we think that it supports the Magnuson-Stevens Act-based regulatory actions that have been highlighted already and identified by the council. And we think that those actions meet and exceed international standards for OECMs. So it's appropriate for consideration of that particular recommendation. We think in terms of the definitions and the associations and the processes by which the Interior is going to lay out, hopefully, the procedures and the stakeholders that they're going to be looking to engage with for the President's 30 by 30 commitment. So we just wanted to highlight as separate and distinct from the other letter, but recognize that it is part of the package. I think we put it under, I think we highlighted it under the B reports in general. And with that, thank you very much for the council's engagement on these important processes and discussions with the administration and also with your leadership within the CCC construct as well. And with that, I'll end the testimony. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Mr. Barrows and Ms. Manson. Right, questions from council members? Annie, thank you for your testimony. Next up is Summers Cole.
Hey, can you hear me all right?
Yes, we can. Good morning.
All right. Good morning, Chairman Canadian and council members. My name is Summers Cole. I live in Juneau. I'm an active permit holder in the Southeast Salmon Gillnet fishery, and I work for Salmon State in the role of Commercial Fisheries Program Manager during the off-season. Salmon State was one of 24 commercial fishing, conservation, and tribal organizations and businesses to sign on to comments submitted to NOAA during their request for input on President Biden's executive order on tackling the climate crisis at home and abroad. And it seems appropriate that these same comments be shared with the Council for your consideration regarding EO 14008. The complete comments have been uploaded as an attachment, and I've requested they be distributed to the Council and included in the record. In our comments, we highlight the following recommendations. The process is established to implement EO 14008 should be driven by the people and communities who stand to be most heavily impacted by both climate change and the forthcoming policies that seek to address those impacts. It is critical that any ocean-based solutions be locally defined and crafted in such a way that they support local livelihoods, both in terms of commercial fishing and traditional user groups. For example, the definition of conservation must include sustainable fisheries as an allowable activity. Ocean-based climate solutions that are ecosystem and science-based, as well as informed by the knowledge of local and traditional users of our oceans, will contribute immensely to the durability and effectiveness of any such solutions. Any policies or actions affecting fisheries management must enact commitment to social justice and protect public health while simultaneously spurring economic growth. Climate must be considered in all fisheries management decisions, and managers should be directed to address climate-related challenges head-on and given tools to respond quickly to extreme events. The Magnuson-Stevens Act should be improved and reauthorized to ensure fisheries management is science-based and uses a precautionary approach in all fisheries management decisions. And most importantly, carbon emissions reductions are needed to achieve the goal of climate-resilient fisheries by slowing the trajectory of ocean acidification, marine heat waves, coastal erosion, and lower oxygen levels in the ocean. Alaska fisheries and fishing communities are experiencing in real time the magnitude and urgency of the global climate crisis. The changes we are experiencing include, but are not limited to, persistent, unusually high water temperatures in the Gulf of Alaska and Bering Sea, wider swings of precipitation from drought-like conditions, including in the Tongass, typically one of the wettest regions on Earth, to flooding via atmospheric rivers, both of which disrupt salmon life cycles. Unusually high water temperature and salmon spawning grounds in western Alaska, a rapid transition from glacial and meltwater runoff to less stable rain-fed hydrology, and shifts in abundance and range of economically and culturally important marine fish and shellfish species. These climatic events have directly impacted fisheries via large-scale pre-spawn die-offs of mature adult salmon, changes in prey availability at all life stages for all species, shifts in predator populations and ranges, water temperatures that exceed survivable limits, large-scale scouring of analogous spawning beds due to flooding of freshwater systems associated with heavy rainfall events, and the loss of spawning marine habitat due to absence of water during drought and periods of abnormally high temperatures in summer months. Furthermore, infrastructure for our commercial fishing industry and coastal communities must be continually upgraded and reimagined as we adapt to new storm patterns and melting permafrost along the coast. Conservation of watersheds, oceans, and biodiversity protects the investments of thousands of fishing families throughout the state of Alaska who depend on those ecosystem goods and services to sustain their livelihoods. However, conservation measures taken at the federal level must also embody a commitment to social justice and protecting public health, while, as said before, simultaneously spurring economic growth. In practice, this means developing a process where the power to craft solutions lies with people who rely most upon these resources, whether culturally, economically, or for food security. Examples of existing entities that provide this type of leadership include tribal governments, the Department of Interior's Subsistence Regional Advisory Councils, the 84 locally based Alaska Department of Fish and Game advisory committees, rural councils for Alaska's fishing communities, and community-based fisheries organizations and businesses. The establishment of a cross-agency task force that ensures full and active participation of Indigenous and coastal communities to identify and implement durable climate solutions is appropriate given the magnitude and urgency of the moment, as well as the limitations of existing management structures. Seafood-producing regions like Crystal Bay, the Tongass National Forest, and the Bering Sea and Pribilof Islands present immediate action opportunities to conserve large areas that are not only important in terms of carbon sequestration and biodiversity, but are also critical to the thousands of independent fishing businesses and Alaska fishing communities. In each of these instances, there is already broad leadership and support from tribal entities and commercial fishermen for conservation measures that enhance resource resilience in local economies. As with regenerative foresters, farmers, and ranchers, sustainable community-based fisheries are part of the solution to the climate crisis in conserving the ecosystems that they rely upon for their livelihoods, while simultaneously allowing those fisheries to continue to be executed in line with sustainable management practices is of paramount importance for successful implementation of climate resiliency policies. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Cole. Any questions? Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for your testimony. I just wanted to pull out, I think you're probably aware of what the council is already doing under two specific efforts on the Climate Change Task Force and the LKTK Subsistence Task Force. And most of everything we've done thus far is under current magnitude authority. So I was wondering, asking for under number 6 of your letter, the Magnuson-Stevens Act should be improved and reauthorized. I feel like what's put there is kind of a repeat of the basic tenet of Magnuson, and so there must be something specific you're looking for.
I would defer to other signers of the letter. That is definitely outside my own expertise.
Thank you.
Mr. Mesereau. Mr. Mesereau, it looks like you're muted on the Adobe system as well.
I was double muted. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Appreciate it. And thank you for your testimony. My question is about number 7, the comment about carbon emissions reductions. Was that just a general comment about carbon emissions overall, or was that specifically focused on fishing industry carbon emissions? I'm just wondering how specific you were being.
No, that's definitely a plug for carbon emissions globally. I think as we can, as it makes sense, reducing carbon emissions within the fleets is absolutely in line with the needs presented by global climate change. But in general, it's a smaller contributing sector than a lot of others, and a lot of what can be, or a lot further progress can be achieved by focusing on some other carbon producers.
Any further questions for Mr. Cole? Thanks again. Next up is Heather Boucher. Thanks. Following Ms. Boucher will be Jim Martin and then John Warchuk.
Hello, greetings, council members. My name is Heather Boucher. Thanks for the opportunity to testify today. I am the chair of the local Sitka Fish and Game Advisory Committee to the Alaska Department of Fish and Game. We are a collection of 17 publicly elected representatives of fish, wildlife, subsistence, and conservation interests in the Sitka area. We also are made up of a diverse collection of stakeholders with a wide range of views represented on our committee. I'm also a local community organizer for the Sitka Conservation Society. I work regionally on initiatives for fish habitat conservation, and I've traveled the region and talked with people in many communities across Southeast. And it is clear that things are changing, and we are seeing these changes firsthand before us. It is also clear we can no longer ignore what is happening. We are grateful to the council for taking action and helping to provide input to the Biden administration to help address these concerns. Our committee recently passed a resolution declaring a climate emergency and requesting agency support in addressing the impacts of climate change. I sent a document with my sign up and would like to share it with you all. It was actually the youth locally that came to us originally to take action on this issue, and we listened to testimony from local students as well as the students from Mount Edgecombe, getting the opportunity to hear the students from Mount Edgecombe and hearing the wide range of experiences beyond or across the state really impacted all of us. And what was amazing about this was that it was actually passed unanimously, even with the great polarity of opinion. We would also like to share forward that resolution and ask that you help elevate this up the chain. I am glad to hear there's advocacy for increased funding for research, and I agree that proper funding for science is paramount to finding solutions to these problems and collecting the baseline data needed to be changes. And I think we've all noticed declines in that funding recently. So that's really good to hear that's something that's already being worked on. Thank you also for everything you're doing already. We hope those efforts continue. And thanks so much for letting me speak today.
Thank you, Ms. Boucher. Questions from council members? Thanks again. Jim Martin. More seconds for Mr. Martin to try to connect, and if not, we can circle back.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Good morning. Yes, we can.
Thank you. It took me a minute here. This is Jim Martin, Executive Director of the Alaska Charter Association, and we submitted a letter under the to the email that provided by the federal government, but we also wanted to resubmit under this item. For the most part, I think the big concern among recreational charter fishermen is that this is going to migrate into a large program to introduce no-take marine reserves. And that is a concern because there's been this linkage between climate change resiliency and no-take marine reserves. And we haven't seen those results in other areas of the country. So we want to raise that flag at this point. As these changes happen in our fishing stocks migrating from one area to another, I think we're going to have to look at ways to adapt to new fisheries and emerging fisheries coming into the system that we can anticipate if these trends continue. I think the biggest threat of climate change to fisheries is these harmful algal blooms. We just saw in Chile, there was they lost 4,200 tons of fish to a harmful algal bloom. So we definitely are keeping an eye on this topic, and I'll leave the rest of my comments in our letter there. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Mr. Martin. Any questions? Thank you for your testimony. Next up is John Warrenchuk, then Linda Benkin, then Teresa Peterson.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning. Good to see you all. For the record, my name is John Warrenchuk, Senior Scientist and Campaign Manager for Oceana. I want to take the opportunity here under this agenda item to raise a discussion and some new science or developing science on some concrete examples of what this council and the Fisheries Service in Alaska could do to help mitigate some of the effects of climate change, which I think all of us around the table here and online living in Alaska and with experience and careers in fisheries have seen those impacts firsthand. I want to draw your attention to the global carbon cycle. And there is some recent science by biogeochemists and others that point to the effect that disturbing seafloor sediments has on introducing aqueous carbon into the oceans. Now, this is an anthropogenic carbon input that the soundbite that hit the New York Times when this study was written about has the equivalent effect of the global airline industry in terms of the amount of CO2 produced. So, in a nutshell, what this effect is that globally, seafloor marine sediments are one of your largest carbon sinks on the planet. The carbon produced in the ocean, from organic production, eventually sinks to the seafloor, and then it's covered by more sediments. And it's slowly buried over thousands and millions of years. And this is actually how hydrocarbons are formed. And disturbance of these sediments through bottom trawling stirs up this layer and remineralizes this carbon and reintroduces it into the water carbon as CO2, which we know contributes to ocean acidification and reduces the buffering capacity of the ocean. And globally, scientists estimate that this amount of sediment turnover by bottom trawling worldwide produces many, many millions of metric tons of CO2 input directly into the ocean. One thing we do have here in Alaska and the North Pacific is a lot of these stable marine sediments, seafloor muds that are trawled or are untrawled or are lightly trawled. And I would just like you guys to think that every year when you authorize the groundfish fisheries, tens of thousands of square kilometers of seafloor sediments are disturbed through trawling. And this is one of the largest anthropogenic introductions of CO2 into the ocean in Alaska. I did some back of the envelope calculations, and I'm sure the Fisheries Service could get into better and more detail, but we have great data mapping the location of seafloor sediments. We have great data on fishing effort. My back of the envelope calculation is that every year trawling in Alaska reintroduces the equivalent of 10 to 20 million barrels of oil, of CO2, directly into the ocean waters. And this is an effect that this council, this Fisheries Service, has a direct influence on. I would like this council and the Fisheries Service to take a deeper dive into this as a way to help mitigate and reduce the effects of climate change on the ocean. We do have a lot of areas that are only lightly trawled or are yet to be trawled, and these areas could be acting as carbon sinks. They could help retain carbon and prevent that reintroduction of carbon back into the ocean. You have taken actions in the past to freeze the footprint in the Bering Sea and the Aleutian Islands and in the Arctic. We haven't done that step in the Gulf of Alaska, but there are many areas that are not trawled every year, but could be used as carbon sinks. And I think this is a concrete, real example of something that this council could do in response to this executive order or under their own volition to help mitigate and balance the effects of the fisheries and their effects on the carbon cycle here in Alaska. I uploaded a paper that discusses some of this. There's lots of background information around the biogeochemistry of this process. And I look forward to some future discussions on what we can do, whether it's through an EFH process or another process to identify those areas that can act as carbon sinks, identify those areas where perhaps freezing the footprint of bottom trawling could have some benefits, and that we include this type of approach in your cumulative impact analyses for many types of NEPA analyses going forward. Thank you for your time, and I appreciate the discussion.
Thanks, Mr. Warrenchuk. Dr. Balsiger.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thanks for that, Mr. Warrenchuk. So, John, that initial story was pretty interesting to many of us, and there are 10 or 15 subsequent stories after that initial publication. None of them, I don't think, had any estimates of what trawling in the United States would have been. As I recall, China was at the top of the list with perhaps 8 orders of magnitude more carbon, larger carbon footprint due to the bottom trawling as the next nation. And then there were several European nations, but nothing about the United States. So do you have any thought why U.S. was left out of that? Perhaps our trawling is different.
Thank you, Dr. Balsiger, through the chair, for that question. I looked through the methods of that particular study fairly carefully. I haven't got to the end to answer that question definitively, but I think which is the case of many of these meta-type analyses, depends on the data they use initially to do those calculations. They may have had only broad fishing effort data for some of those countries. But the one advantage we have here in Alaska is we have very good fishing effort data for our own fisheries here, where we've gone all the way down to calculating the width of the trawl and how much the sweeps may lift portions of that off the seafloor. And we can estimate the number of square kilometers that of trawl effort or trawl disturbance actually occurs in our waters. So it would be a fairly straightforward process to go through this same exercise here in Alaska with the data we have to get that estimate. Like I said, my back of the envelope calculation, that's using the estimates that come from the fishing effects model and the seafloor area swept models. Several thousands of square kilometers of disturbed habitat. The CO2 equivalent adds up pretty quickly. You introduce around 118 to 300 metric tons of CO2 per square kilometer of sediments disturbed. And since we have pretty good estimates of how much of each type of sediment type we have in Alaska, we can go through that exercise here. And I would love to be involved in that process, or to have that come back to the council for some more in-depth discussion.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Down.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Warrenchuk. So I think, like most council members, or perhaps all of us, I saw an article in the New York Times when it came out, and and I found it very fascinating myself. And as Dr. Balsinger pointed out, there's been a lot of response to the article in other studies that show something similar, and comments either way. But my question is you'd ask that this maybe come back to the council for some more, but I think your ask is pretty vague in my mind. I'm not really sure exactly what process you're undertaking. You mentioned EFH, which is coming up on our agenda during this council meeting. I don't know if you intended to bring that up under your EFH discussion as well. You mentioned that the fishery service maybe should undertake some studies on this, looking at just Alaska, and you mentioned that you would like to be involved as well. So I just wanted to give you one shot to clarify exactly the process you'd ask us, or do you want to just leave it vague and leave this to something that we would have more discussion on at some later time? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Down, through the chair. And thanks for the opportunity to clarify that a bit more. Yes, leaving it vague sometimes isn't that helpful. But what I had initially pinpointed the avenue was the EFH review as a opportunity to take a deeper dive into this as an issue. It may or may not fit the definition of EFH as in some minds, but I see this as at least a place to raise it as a mitigation. I think if this can be included in some type of alternative package once you get through the EFH review, that could be the place to look at it, or it could be its own process. But I think what you have here is a fairly concrete empirical example of an action the council could take that would have a direct impact in the reduction of CO2 into the ocean. And I think you should seize on that opportunity. Whether you want to use EFH or a HAPC type process to do that, or a separate process, would be up to you. Whatever one it is, I would be eager to participate in, and I'll give it a little more thought, and I will bring it back for discussion during the EFH discussion item. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, John.
Questions for Mr. Warrenchuk? Testimony. Next up is Linda Bacon, then Teresa Peterson, and then last up we will take Lauren Devine.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the council. I really appreciate this opportunity to testify on this issue. I know you are focused on 216C, but I think just to give context to my comments, I wanted to start with a quick review of our engagement on this issue. And I think really what triggered a lot of engagement from the fishing community last fall, which was introduction of the Ocean-Based Climate Solutions Act into the House, which included language that spoke to closing 30% of the oceans by 2030 to commercial fishing and other destructive uses. That really was what brought the commercial fishing industry very strongly into the conversation, and I think led to a very significant change in thinking before the Biden administration issued their executive order. And just to call some attention to what's in that EO, it does speak still to that same goal, the 30 by 30 goal, but it calls for the action leading up to those designations to be science-based, to recognize social justice and serve public health, to spur economic growth, certainly with a emphasis on sustainable economic growth, and it establishes this interagency task force to move in that direction of achieving that 30 by 30 goal. And in our mind, while there's still the specter of all commercial fishing being considered an anathema to climate resilience, there is a opportunity that's been offered here that really can make a difference in the long term for building resilience into our fisheries, for recognizing the threats that our fisheries and fishing communities currently face as a result of climate change, and being active in addressing those threats. I think it's certainly important to, as others have said, to make sure this process does continue to be science-based, and I would echo the comments of previous testifiers relative to the importance of urging that the first step in this process be, and that the report include an inventory of existing areas that have been conserved by councils using this OECM, other effective area-based management approaches, and that those are carefully inventoried and used as the basis for what we build from. Certainly fully funding stock assessment and catch accounting, catch monitoring, all that is fundamental to building resilience into fisheries. But I think where the council needs to strengthen its work is in its recognition of the importance of fisheries to public health, to social equity, to the survival of culture and community in the coastlines of Alaska and around the country, where all of those aspects of a community are completely dependent on access to fisheries and having that access located locally. By definition, fishery communities can't pick up and move. As stocks move, you're going to have to pay extra attention. The Biden administration is going to need to pay extra attention to how fishing communities are impacted by climate change and build that, place more weight on providing that access and opportunity for those communities in the face of climate change. Where we see some real opportunity for the council relative to essential fish habitat is in this interagency approach and the opportunity to strengthen the consultative role of the council over essential fish habitat. Right now, your jurisdiction does end at 300 to 200 miles and is really limited in its ability to protect the habitat of fish when they are outside your immediate jurisdiction. It's really hard for the council to meet a sustainability mandate, particularly in the face of climate change, when there isn't that strength in council direction to mitigate impacts to habitat. We are supporting and have suggested that the Magnuson-Stevens Act strengthen that authority of the councils to require other agencies to mitigate impacts where they are identified as compromising the health of fish habitat, whether that's in streams, estuaries, or upland rivers. And I'm thinking, of course, foremost of salmon, but many of our fish species utilize nearshore bays and estuaries, sablefish included, along with many others. So I will wrap up there, but maybe just to highlight or summarize, in your work on this issue, we would certainly urge you to promote a broad definition of conservation to ensure that future actions build on existing council work relative to the OECM's existing area-based conservation management, that you take extra steps to engage local communities, particularly rural and indigenous communities, in the process and be mindful of the impacts to these communities, and that you seize this opportunity to reach across what has been siloed management jurisdictions to create new conservation connectivity across ecosystems. Thank you.
Thanks, Ms. Bacon. Ms. Safer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Ms. Bacon, for your testimony. I just wanted to follow up on a specific point that you made related to strengthening the council's oversight role for EFH. And so did you envision that strengthening happening through revisions to the Magnuson-Stevens Act? And that's one question. And then in terms of requiring other agencies to comply with mitigation measures related to EFH, can you just give me a little more detail on the kinds of specific instances you were thinking of that would be helpful from your perspective?
Yeah, thank you for that question, Ms. Baker, and through the chair. Yes, so I believe there's multiple avenues that can be taken at this time to strengthen essential fish habitat across ecosystems. So the first is through a strengthened definition of the council's consultative role in the Magnuson-Stevens Act that allows the council, when compromises to the health of essential fish habitat are identified, to require, to require an explanation of how those impacts will be mitigated if a process moves forward, and to raise heightened concern about what impacts might be to essential fish habitat in the face of climate change. For example, where streams are exposed to, where we're seeing a kind of warming in streams, where extra shade is that much more important to keep a fish stream healthy, to protect with buffers against logging, expanded buffers, or to minimize any more impact to fish streams, whether that's from mining or from logging or for other uses of land that might compromise that habitat, and to require that kind of a response from agencies of what steps will be taken to mitigate impacts. I would say also through this EO, by creating this interagency task force, it sets up that opportunity for not just a council directive, but for agencies, Commerce, Department of Interior, all the different agencies that have been named in the EO to work together to recognize you can't silo impacts to fish stocks and still achieve the conservation, the resilience in those fish stocks when they are crossing between those jurisdictional boundaries. It has to be a coordinated effort.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Ms. Lincoln. No additional questions.
Ms. Baker. Further questions from Ms. Bacon? Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Teresa Peterson.
Good morning, Teresa Peterson with the Alaska Marine Conservation Council. Well, thank you for the opportunity to provide comments today. And I'm going to focus my comments on 216 of the EO, and AMCC did submit comments to NOAA a few weeks ago. In thinking about the EO and my role as a fisherman, I think climate change is the single greatest threat to sustainable fisheries management and maintaining our resilient fishing communities. Over the years, a lot of my advocacy has been geared towards providing opportunity to the next generation of fishermen, so others have the opportunity to stay and make a living in a place like Kodiak. And thinking about this further, I think it's critical that anyone working to support the next generation of rising fishermen also advocate to support climate-ready fisheries. I believe NOAA and the councils are in the position to play a leadership role with proactive measures to make fisheries more resilient to climate change. In particular, improvements in science, monitoring, and cooperative research. It's imperative that a science-based process continue to lead the charge to support management and conservation measures to maintain healthy fisheries and the fishing communities dependent on the health of the ocean resource. Our fishery management systems must continue to incorporate climate considerations throughout the management process. Climate change is having an impact on fisheries, and managers must have the resources and tools to be responsive to the changes. In addition to providing the tools to support resilient fish stocks, factoring climate change in fisheries management will provide stability to fishing communities. I appreciate the Council's comments on the EO and the emphasis for the North Pacific that NOAA should consider to continue to support the North Pacific Council's proactive efforts to incorporate climate resiliency into the conservation and management process and provide consistent funding and support for the multiple fisheries and ecosystem surveys that form the fundamental basis of fisheries management in the North Pacific. I was very glad to see that the Commerce Department's largest proposed increase would provide an additional $1.4 billion to NOAA to conduct climate change research and help the most vulnerable communities adapt. I understand NOAA's overall budget of $6.9 billion would also include additional money for satellites and other technology to collect climate and weather-related data. Again, NOAA must play a leadership role and support the Council's science-based principles as required in Magnuson and proactively develop new and revised approaches for managing fisheries that factor in climate change. And I think it's really critical for NOAA to secure this funding through the President's budget and also consider use of discretionary funds within the agency to make sure that the climate work is supported. I think, as Alaskans, we're really on the front line of climate change and see climate change reshaping both our oceans and our fishery-dependent coastal communities. 519% over its BSAI allocation, and we also saw abnormally high herring bycatch in 2020. It's important for the councils to factor in bycatch of non-targeted species. As we move forward in this changing climate and consider climate vulnerability when making fishing level recommendations. As the council and NOAA work together to take this proactive approach, I think it's really clear that addressing climate change will necessitate an inclusive, transparent approach, which in turn will make use of our collective resources to management fisheries in a changing climate. Ideally, this is the beginning of an engagement process and an ongoing commitment to establish climate-ready fisheries. And thank you for the opportunity to comment today.
Thank you, Ms. Peterson. Questions from council members? Thanks again. Mr. Twite.
I'm not sure why my hand was up.
Okay, all right. Thanks, Mr. Twite. Thank you, Ms. Peterson.
Thank you.
Last up is Lauren Devine.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the council. Can you hear me okay?
We can. Good morning.
Excellent. Good morning. For the record, my name is Dr. Lauren Devine. I'm the director for the Ecosystem Conservation Office at the Aleut Community of St. Paul Island, federally recognized Alaska Native tribe located in the Pribilof Islands in the Bering Sea of Alaska. We also submitted comments to the Federal Register request for comments on this, and we are also signers to the letter that Mr. Summers-Cole provided for you earlier in testimony. Many elements of this EO, along with the other EOs recently released, are in line with the needs of Alaska Native communities who are on the front lines of climate change and are being disproportionately impacted by these changes. Alaska has provided bountiful natural marine resources that our nation has benefited from, including some of the largest fish, groundfish, and crab fisheries in the world. And our waters sustain thousands of independent family-run fishing operations across the state, supply seafood processors, and a large fishing industry that's the #1 private employer in our state. But if Alaska's fisheries are to remain productive and sustain livelihoods in our state and across the nation, we have to ensure that climate resilient solutions are implemented that support the long-term health of our fish stocks. We support the recommendations that were provided in previous testimony, particularly the letter that was provided by Summers. and we are signers to that letter. So those 6 points I'm going to just reiterate here. First, the process to implement this EO along with other EOs have to be driven by the people and communities who are most heavily impacted by climate change and will be impacted by the forthcoming government policies that address those impacts. Second, all ocean-based solutions must be defined locally, rooted in place-based knowledge, and support local livelihoods, both in terms of commercial fishing and traditional user groups. For example, the definition of conservation must include sustainable fisheries and indigenous-led conservation efforts that are already underway, such as the Northern Bering Sea Climate Resilience Area and the Pribilof Islands Marine Ecosystem Conservation Strategy. Third, ocean-based solutions must be ecosystem and science-based, as well as informed by local and traditional knowledge holders of our oceans. Fourth, any policies or actions affecting fisheries management must enact a commitment to social justice and balance social, ecological, and economic goals. Fifth, climate-ready fisheries management comes in many forms. It's critical that the range of management actions that are going to respond to climate change are inclusive, equitable, and include precautionary measures that do not assume that industrial-scale fishing is appropriate everywhere. And finally, the Magnuson-Stevens Act should be improved with regards to the national standards, the trust responsibilities between federal government and indigenous peoples' fishing rights and opportunities, ensure fisheries management utilizes the best available science and indigenous knowledge, and uses precautionary approaches in fisheries management decisions. Our communities exist within exceptional ecosystems of tremendous ecological, economic, and cultural importance. In addition to supporting these large-scale fisheries and providing critical habitat for marine wildlife and plants, the Bering Sea region encompasses sovereign nations of numerous Central Yupik, Kupik, St. Lawrence Island Yupik, Unanga, and Inupiaq people and tribes that reside in the southern Chukchi Sea, in the Bering Sea, and Aleutian and Pribilof Islands. Our peoples are experiencing dramatic and devastating changes as a result of the real-time magnitude and urgency of this global climate crisis. It's directly impacted us through large-scale pre-spawn die-offs of fish species, changes in prey availability for all life stages of marine species, shifts in predator populations and ranges, water temperatures that exceed survival limits, large-scale scouring of anadromous spawning beds due to flooding of freshwater systems with heavy rainfall, the loss of spawning and rearing habitat due to the abundance of water during drought and periods of abnormally high temperatures in summer months. These are real things that we are experiencing right now and forced to adapt to. We need the conservation measures that are lined out in this executive order to embody a commitment to social justice and protecting public health while simultaneously spurring economic growth. In practice, that means developing a process where the power to craft solution lies with the people who rely most on the resources. One specific solution you heard earlier was the establishment of a cross-agency task force to identify and implement durable climate solutions that include equitable and full participation of tribal and community representatives that is appropriate to the magnitude and urgency of the moment, as well as the limitation of existing management structures. With that, I will conclude my comments. There's a lot more, but I'm getting a little bit short on time and I don't want to dive into anything else. And so thank you for the opportunity to provide our perspectives and recommendations on how to make fisheries more climate resilient. Excuse me.
Thank you, Dr. Devine. Questions from council members? I don't see any. Thank you for your testimony. Okay, council members, that concludes public comment. Council wish to take any action on anything in the B2 report? Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't have an action per se. I know the council has already submitted a letter. I just wanted to know what the process was for this kind of a listening session. Is the expectation that all of the great public comment we received would be, Mr. Rauch is listening to that public comment. We ensure that gets to the agency. Is there some other process that's a little bit different than our normal process for public comment when we're really speaking to the agency under this agenda item?
Good question, Ms. Kimball. I think Mr. Rock was on here and heard the comments and the public testimony. And so definitely got the message that way. But Mr. Witherall, did you have any other thoughts on formalizing these comments?
Well, Mr. Chairman, we all heard Mr. Rao say that the Federal Register notice for written comments was really just an initial opportunity, and that we could have follow-up comments if we wanted to. So if the council wishes to provide a supplemental letter on section 216C, I think, and incorporate the testimony or points of the testimony that we heard, we could certainly do that.
Mr. Twite?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. The hand was intentional this time. I would also just like to suggest that we see if other councils are interested in including this as an agenda item at the upcoming CCC meeting, and with the objective of potentially producing a CCC letter to the agency on this. I would hope that the CCC would pick up a lot of the themes in our letter.
Mr. Twite, Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And just really briefly, I wanted to thank all of the people who testified today. I was paying close attention to the testimony, and I think one common theme that emerged from all of the testifiers is really strong support for science-based decision-making, and that would follow through to any actions to implement different provisions of the executive order. And I think that particular concept was captured very well in the council comment letter on section 216C of the executive order. But I guess I just wanted to bring up a finer point that I think, at least me personally, and I think the council intended, that, while ongoing science and monitoring are critical to Alaska's conservation and management programs, I think we really want to strike that balance between supporting new climate science and perhaps things we haven't done before, while really maintaining those baseline data collections in the face of environmental conditions, because those really are, in many cases, our best way to track what's going on and how things are changing. And so just really encourage everyone to think about that proper balance between maintaining and supporting existing surveys and data collections, and then shifting resources to new climate science efforts, maintaining a good balance there. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Baker. Ms. Kimball?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't want to get ahead of the CCC, and I'm glad that Mr. Twite brought up that the CCC does have this on their agenda. I wondered if either Mr. Twite or Mr. Witherell could mention whether they're talking about specific actions that the agency should take, or whether it's on a more general level. And we heard a couple of testifiers give us very specific suggestions, one on OECM, the other effective area-based conservation measures. And I think it's an important recommendation as a starting point to build an inventory of what our council and other councils have done to establish regulatory-based closures that have a very similar conservation or biodiversity benefit, but aren't necessarily designated as an MPA in formality. So I just didn't know if the CCC was going to have that kind of discussion, or whether we could encourage that kind of discussion through the CCC's agenda.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Mr. Twite, or Mr. Witherell?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Kimball, yes, the discussion of the executive order, both Part A and 216C, are on the CCC agenda, as well as a discussion about the MPA inventory. And I would imagine that the discussion that stems from particularly the MPA inventory definition and guidelines would include could include a recommendation for all the councils to put together their own data set that includes all the other marine managed areas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Whether I guess I'll wait to try to chime in. I guess I'm encouraging this level of discussion.
Kimball, Mr. Twain.
Thanks. I agree with Ms. Kimball. I also think that there may be interest among several other councils in picking up on the recommendation regarding EFH that we also heard in public testimony. I know that the CCC has discussed EFH along those lines in the past, and while recognizing that it's there's pros and cons to increasing to having a Magnuson reauthorization that would increase increase the potential scope and reach of EFH, increase the strength of the authority. I think there's definitely climate change may be the sort of thing that shifts that discussion some in the CCC. So I think that would arise as well. I can certainly think of at least two other councils that I know in the past have raised the issues, particularly looking at the kind of terrestrial examples that we heard in public testimony.
Thanks, Mr. Twain. Further on B2. Well, thanks again to Sam Rauch and others for being here for this presentation and listening session. Let's go ahead and take a morning break, come back at 9:50 and resume with the B reports. Council, please come back to order. We are ready to resume with our B reports. I'll hand it over to Mr. Witherow.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a PowerPoint to help walk us through the B reports. Okay, under the B1 report, the Executive Director's report, remember back in December, we received a short briefing on Executive Order 14008, and we were directed to prepare a comment letter to the Secretary of Interior on Section 216A and request an opportunity to be involved in determining how conservation and conserving 30% of the marine environment is defined and measured. And so that letter is linked to the written report. Additionally, I learned that the Marine Protected Area Center is actively working on this initiative, and some groups have been pushing to use the MPA inventory to measure progress towards that 30 by 30 goal. After reviewing the inventory's definition and criteria, I prepared a letter highlighting some concerns with that approach, and I've linked the link to the letter in my written report as well. And into the last agenda item, we heard quite a bit on Section 216C, and we prepared a council letter with initial comments, and I prepared a link to that. It's also attached to the B1 agenda item. I just wanted to provide a short update on cultural awareness training. Based on your direction in February, the staff contacted the First Alaskans Institute to coordinate a cultural awareness training for council staff and council members. So at this point, we're looking for a little bit of feedback from the council relative to next steps. The question being, should we push ahead for training this year, which would be virtual, or put it off till next year and have that in person, where staff is certainly recommending that be put off to be in person? I think it'd be more beneficial. We're thinking about having the staff take the training first. Now, one of the things that we learned from First Alaskan Institute is that they anticipate a 9-hour course spread out ideally over 2 days, and it's really not, the length of that training is not negotiable. I know that in previous discussions, the council was targeting kind of a 4-hour training period, but First Alaskans has strongly recommended a 9-hour training session. Now, so the thinking we were doing is if we're going to wait till next year when we can meet in person, that maybe we could combine that with the April council meeting. So we're looking for a little bit of feedback, and if there are any questions, Dr. Hopla could probably help me out here. Lastly, I just put the announcement together that our council is hosting the National SSC SCS meeting on the week of August 9th. Originally, we were planning to do that in person in Sitka, if you remember, but we've decided to go ahead and do it this year virtually. The themes are ecosystem-based fishery management. I'll stop to see if there are any questions before moving on.
Mr. Clay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Witherow, on the question of whether it be virtual or in person, I'm wondering what First Alaskan Institute's recommendation is on that.
Ooh, I would have to ask Dr. Hopla to jump on and explain that. I don't know what the recommendation is. I do know they were offering to do a virtual training, but Kate, are you on?
Hi, yeah, this is Kate. So there's 2 different pathways for First Alaskans Institute when I had asked what their recommendation would be. So on one hand, there's the benefit of doing a training virtually in 2021, particularly over the summer. And they had availability to consider starting a training for staff or council members beginning at the end of June, but we knew that we would need council feedback before we could make any choice. So in terms of the benefits, they've been able to have really successful trainings in the virtual setting, so they were supportive of moving that forward. But ultimately, it was whether or not the council would feel as though they would get more out of participating in an in-person setting, knowing that some of the conversations could be anticipated to be sensitive or difficult. So they're open to either, and they think either would be productive. So again, just reiterating that it's a deference to your preference.
Ms. Kimball?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Along those lines, I see that the recommendation is for staff to undertake the training first. Is that intended to be virtual or in person?
Thanks. Through the chair, I think staff would follow the lead of the council's preference. So if the council would prefer to do an in-person training, and noting that that would happen in 2022, because at this point in time, First Alaskans Institute is not prepared to make any comment or commit themselves to having staff go back to an in-person setting. They're trying to keep their staff and their communities, respective communities, safe. So if the council were to choose to go into a virtual training, then I think staff would probably pursue virtual as well. And if the council were to pursue in-person, then I think staff would defer and also participate in an in-person training.
Thanks.
Thanks, Kate. Okay, moving on to B2. B3, I guess it is. The NIMS management report. In addition to the rulemaking progress report and in-season management updates, the NIMS report provides an update on potential identification of aquaculture opportunity areas off Alaska. And to get you up to speed, NOAA's Office of Aquaculture is currently reviewing public input received in the call several months ago and is determining what the next areas for development will be made. And I think that decision is supposed to be made this summer. There's also a letter from NIMS seeking council clarification and concurrence with NIMS interpretation of council intent relative to ACL, MSY, and OY for cooked inlet salmon. And I'm going to stop here and see if Mr. Merrill wishes to speak to the letter.
Thank you, Mr. Witherell. And I do notice that Ms. Baker had her hand up. Did I miss a previous?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It actually was an issue related to the B1 report, so maybe we should go through the NIMS management report and we can circle back to my question at some point.
All right, great. Mr. Merrill. Sure. Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the council. Just very briefly, I think the letter is fairly self-explanatory. As you know, many times when the council takes action, the agency is interpreting the specific action the council is taking. In this particular case, we are coming back to the council and just clarifying that this is our interpretation of the council's intent from its motion in December. And assuming that there is not a concern that's being expressed by the council about an alternative interpretation, we would proceed along the lines that we had laid out in the letter before you.
Thank you, Mr. Merrill. Members?
Okay, I'll move on to the rest of the report. Also attached to the agenda item is a written report from the 2021 meeting of the NIMS Alaska Seabird Working Group. The report provides information on seabird population status and the estimated 2020 bycatch in federal fisheries. Of interest, there's a couple new components to the BIOP with new incidental take statements for eiders, and those are not to exceed limit of 25 spectacle eiders in a floating 4-year period and 3 stellar eiders in a 4-year period. The incidental take statement for short-tailed albatross is unchanged from the previous limit of 6 albatrosses in a 2-year period. We have an oral report on EFH consultations and the 5-year review plans for EFH from Ms. Gretchen Harrington, and so I'm going to stop here and hand it over to her. Gretchen.
Good morning.
Yes, good morning.
Good morning. I'll wait till the presentation comes up. Okay, here we go. Good morning, Mr. Chairman, council members. I'm Gretchen Harrington with the Habitat Conservation Division of the Mid-Alaska region. I'm going to be talking about two reports under B3, our EFH 2022 5-year review planning document and the NIMS report on the EFH consultations. This is a planning presentation that I'll go over what we've prioritized, summarize work to date, and present our future plans for council input. As with previous 5-year reviews, we are organizing them along the council's EFH roadmap that focuses on the 10 components outlined in the EFH final rule. The EFH final rule requires that each FMP contain these 10 things. In the review document, we have a brief description of each component and a summary of the work that was done in 2017 and plans for the 2022 EFH review. And the work, so NIMS has prioritized the components in bold, and the work on each component is being done by a number of people in the Habitat Conservation Division in coordination with Alaska Fisheries Science Center and other partners. One thing I want to mention, I appreciate the public comments on the role of EFH in climate resiliency, but I want to clarify that EFH is based on species distribution and is not limited to the EEZ. So as the council knows, the council designated salmon EFH in anadromous waters and bays and estuaries and throughout the salmon species distribution. There's also nearshore life stages of groundfish that are identified as EFH in the council's FMPs. And we do consult on actions that occur that do impact these nearshore and anadromous EFH. And you can see those examples in our consultation report. For example, we have an ongoing consultation for a dredge mine near Nome. And in addition to the FMP EFH text, which clearly delineates the EFH with maps, I also encourage folks to check out the tools in the consultation report. We have the EFH mapper, nearshore fish atlas, things I'll talk about a little bit more as we move forward. So what we're looking for at this stage is council input on the priorities we've identified and our plans to move forward on these priorities. Our goal is to present a summary report to the council in June of 2022, which would have the full written information for each of these priorities, and the council can then decide at that time if it chooses to update its FMPs and then to create FMP amendments. And if so, we would create FMP amendments following the normal council process. Just a little bit more detail on each of the components. First, we have component 1, which is the EFH descriptions and identifications, and that includes the map. So for the 2022 EFH review, we're planning, we have studies that began in 2019 that have modernized the species distribution modeling approach from the 2017 review with new data, methods, and tools. And our goal is to provide new EFH descriptions and maps for the groundfish in the Gulf of Alaska, Bering Sea, and Aleutian Islands. New EFH descriptions and maps for the pelagic early life history stages of sablefish and Pacific cod in the Gulf of Alaska. New EFH descriptions and maps for life stages of crab in the Bering Sea and Aleutian Islands. And then new descriptions and maps for Arctic cod, saffron cod, and snow crab life history stages in the Arctic FMP. And this is all done in collaboration with the Alaska Fisheries Science Center. As I said, the work was started in 2019. The SSC reviewed the studies and our progress to date in June of 2020 and provided detailed comments that we've addressed. You can find that in the summary report. And we've also provided progress to the groundfish plantings last fall, and then started the process for Alaska Fisheries Science Center stock assessment author review of the information in the FMPs, and then also the plan is for them to review the new maps from this new species distribution modeling process. And we look forward to sharing this completed body of work with stock assessment authors, plan teams, and council and it will be completed for the June 2022 summary report. We also have a section on component 2, which is fishing activities that may affect EFH. So our plan for this component is to run the fishing effects model using updated fishing effort data and metrics and new core area maps developed under component 1. That will then be reviewed by the stock assessment authors using the methodology that was developed in the 2017 fishing effects activity to investigate the potential relationships between fishing effects and stock production. So the SSC, we presented this to the SSC last week, and they were interested in reviewing, having additional SSC review of components 1 and 2. I'm not sure what the final plans are going to be because I haven't seen our final minutes, but we look forward to the SSC review of this work as it's ongoing. The next component is component 4. Component 4, which is the non-fishing activities that may affect EFH. So NIMS has put together, again, under the direction of the EFH final rule, a document that discusses the impacts to EFH from non-fishing activities in Alaska. So this is where we get at the development activities largely on the coast. This report was revised extensively for the 2017 EFH 5-year review, and we created it technical memo that's posted on the web, so it's easy to find. And when we're planning to revamp that version for the 2022 review, so that it reflects the current understanding of how anthropogenic influences impact EFH. We're substantially revising sections on climate change, mining, and we're adding new sections including hydropower, aquaculture, and vessel scuttles. So we're going to update all the sections with current references and research that improve our understanding of impacts to EFH and or support EFH conservation recommendations. So this is really important. We provide this report to action agencies, so other federal agencies that are permitting or funding or developing projects on the coast that have the potential to adversely impact EFH, so that they can see what the potential impacts are from their actions and then what possible EFH conservation recommendations the agency would recommend based on their activity. We have an HCD review team that is made up of subject matter experts working on this, working in chapter groups to review, revise, and edit these updates. And we plan to have the report as part of our summary report in June of 2022. So the next component that we're looking at is the prey species habitat. So currently in the FMPs, the prey species information is integrated with the component 1 information for each species in the FMPs. And so we're going to review that information and identify data gaps where we need to develop new information. And one of the areas that we're focusing on is the near shore prey species habitat. So when we've been looking at prey information in the nearshore to help support EFH consultations on non-fishing activities. And we're looking at what data are available. For example, we have the expanded nearshore fish atlas. There's a potential use for eDNA or environmental DNA to provide presence absence data. And then the second piece of that is how best to use the data available to understand nearshore prey EFH. So we're looking at how to model that. There's a really interesting paper that was published, and the references in the report. It was published, it's the Gruss et al. 2021. And we're also, part of this is internal. We're looking at a framework for incorporating prey species habitat information in things like the ecosystem and socioeconomic profiles, as was component 1, and also improving the prey habitat information in the FMPs. So the next component then is the research and information needs. So as you recall, so on page 13 in the document, component 9, it summarizes the 2017 Alaska EFH research plan, which includes the long-term research goals and research objectives. These goals and objectives provide NIMS's decisions, help guide NIMS's decisions to fund EFH projects through our annual internal request for proposal process. And we've been reporting on that process in our annual EFH consultation reports to the council. Project proposals are submitted and reviewed by the Habitat and Ecological Processes Research Team for scientific ranking, and projects are funded based on the ranking and available funds each year. EFH projects are also funded through the Office of Habitat Conservation. And if you look at table 1 on page 15, has the 24 EFH research projects that NIMS has funded since 2017, and it includes the projects that we're funding for 2021. That was our last minute addition, so we are including the 2021 projects. A number of these projects feed into the development of the species distribution models under component 1, and included the funding for expanding the nearshore fish atlas, and the work we're doing on eDNA. So we do intend to update the Alaska EFH research plan for moving forward for 2023 to 2027. The HEPA team envisions inviting 2 participants from the Alaska region and 4 from the Alaska Fisheries Science Center. Again, the primary drivers of this research plan is to guide our internal EFH funding, and we'll also revisit the 5 long-term research goals and identify new emphasis areas. So the long-term research goals are included in the document on page 13. We also published the research plan as a tech memo. So timeline, moving forward. This is our general overarching timeline. There's going to be more steps put in this timeline, but we thought we would kind of map it out at this level. So like I mentioned, we've started the stock assessment author review process. The first version of the maps will be done this spring, and those will be provided to stock assessment authors and other experts. We plan for having a plan team review of this information, crab plan team and groundfish plan team. We would like to conclude all of the internal review of these components in January 2022. I think the SSC is going to request looking at them maybe in February. Our goal is to have a council EFH summary report in June 2022, and then if the council decides to amend its FMPs, we'll move forward with FMP amendment development and NEPA analysis and associated documents, with a target, if the council agrees, for council initial review potentially in October, and final action potentially in December 2022. So for this meeting, we're seeking input on the components currently prioritized for review and revision. So the work that's ongoing. And then also part of this process is component 8, which is the HAPC, identifying priorities for HAPC consideration and requests for proposals for specific HAPC inclusion. This can be part of the EFH 5-year review if the council chooses to initiate a HAPC process. And I think the council could choose to initiate it now or wait for the EFH summary report and see the information in there for developing, deciding whether or not to initiate the HAPC process. And then really quickly, for the EFH consultations, we have 2 ongoing consultations that we think would be of interest to the council. The IPOP gold mine near Nome, this is in its exploration phase. However, what we understand of the proposal that's still in the Army Corps process is to dredge and discharge 5 million cubic yards of spoils from 173 acres of estuarine and stream habitat over a 5-year period. We have a description and more information on this mine and where we are at in the process. We first informed the council of this action in, I think it was June of 2020, and we've been following it and providing input through the process. The other is the Aleutian fiber optic cable from Kodiak to Alaska. And we've started the process working with USDA, and we've encouraged them, we want to get a better understanding of the information that they're using to make these determinations, and then we've also encouraged them to reach out to Alaska Department of Fish and Game to make sure that they are also getting state waters fishery information for their plans for laying the cable.
And Mr. Twite has a question perhaps on a previous slide.
Okay, sorry, Mr. Chairman.
I did. A question on the 5-year review. A couple questions actually on the 5-year review. Yeah, thanks. Leave it on this is perfect. Just relative to the HAPC suggestion, I'm just wondering if the Habitat Conservation Division, have you been hearing any suggestions for HAPC? It seems like in previous times when we've done a HAPC review, there's been suggestions sort of collecting about the kinds of things that might be addressed in a HAPC review. And so we had some idea of whether or not there was a need, and we had some idea of the kind of workload that might result from a call for proposals. And do you have an inventory of the kinds of suggestions that have been coming up since our last HAPC round that we might be submitted this time?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Twite. So I've heard a general interest in the HAPCs and for a HAPC call for proposals, and I've heard issues similar, like deep sea corals, things like that, but I haven't heard specific HAPC ideas. But I will open it up to Steve McLean if he's heard anything additionally. And just to let folks know, we talk about the HAPC process on page 12 of the document, section 2.8.
Mr. Chairman, this is Steve. Is this appropriate time for me to weigh in?
Mr. McLean, good morning.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Gretchen, for the opportunity here. There are a number. I will point you to a number of comment letters that are in the B reports. We have some comment letters that do address HAPCs and the need or the desire for the council to identify a specific area and then specific places for HAPC conservation. I think that we'll likely hear from the public during public comment period about those. But as this is still relatively new, I've not had any specific proposal suggestions submitted to me other than what we have heard through public comment and through some discussion at the Ecosystem Committee in the last couple of years. It has been some time since the Ecosystem Committee took this up, but again, I would just refer the council to the public comment letters, but I think that we'll probably hear about a little later.
And thanks for that. And I probably should have phrased the question that I was aware of those, but I was curious as to whether staff, either you, Mr. McLean, or the Habitat Conservation Division folks had been, prior to this, had been sort of hearing and compiling a list. And it sounds like the answer to that is no. So thanks, appreciate that. Second question, if I may, April of 2019 was a long time ago. And so this is a bit of an unfair question, but I'm wondering if you can provide some sense of how any Ecosystem Committee recommendations were incorporated into the 5-year review plan.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Twite. So yes, we presented an initial planning document to the Ecosystem Committee in April 2019. That document is linked in our discussion paper in the timeline. So we have a full timeline in the discussion paper on page 18, including things that have occurred in the past, where we are right now, and then how we see moving forward. And that discussion paper is linked there. Yes, so we considered the information provided by the Ecosystem Committee in April 2019 as we moved forward in our analysis of each of these components.
Thank you.
And I think one of the, just to make one point, is one of the things that the Ecosystem Committee commented on was the need to provide opportunity for review and input during the development of components primarily components 1 and 2, and we did that. So based on the Ecosystem Committee input, we moved forward with presenting to the SSC and the plan teams in 2020.
Thank you, Mrs. Harrington. Mr. Twite, did you have any additional questions? If not, we'll move to Mr. Downs.
That covers those on this subject. Thank you.
All right, thanks. Mr. Downs.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Ms. Harrington. My question is also on the kind of the timeline of EFH and whether these will coincide, whether the HAPC proposals, whether the council will solicit HAPC proposals under EFH or not. I think that's a decision point that the council will make based on the perceived need. But can you just tell me, I have looked into this, and maybe I should know as a council member, Ms. Harrington, but can you help educate me on what our requirement is for EFH? If there's some requirement that we solicit these proposals every 5 years, or if we don't see a need, we don't have to do this every 5 years, or whether it coincides with EFH or does not coincide with EFH. And, on this component 8 that you brought up, where that decision point might take place. And the reason I asked that question, just to put this in context, is it looks to me like the last time we took final action on a HAPC proposal was the skate nurseries in 2012. So, being that it's been, probably 10 years since we initiated the action on that, and maybe longer since we took up a proposal, I'm wondering what our requirements might be, or if it's simply just the only requirement is that we make a decision whether it's needed or not, and when in that timeline would that decision would need to be made. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Down. So the council decided to put together the HAPC review process and the EFH 5-year review. So it's not a requirement, but it makes sense to put them together because, this is when the council is thinking about EFH. There's not a set requirement for when the council needs to, or how frequently the council should have the request for proposals for HAPC nominations. And I think that answers your question. If not, again, I would ask Steve McLean, the council staff, and Steve McLean is the contact for the HAPC process.
Yeah. Thank you, Ms. Harrington, Mr. Chairman. That answers my question. If Steve McLean had anything to add to that, I'd be interested. But other than that satisfies my question. So thank you, Ms. Harrington.
Thank you, Mr. Down. Mr. McLean, anything important to add?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think Gretchen did get that right after if the HAPC designation for the skate nursery areas was identified, the council linked them up with the EFH 5-year review rather than the every 3 years that they had considered previously. So it did make sense to line them up. Typically, the council has identified a general subject area and then requested proposals for specific places. So there is not a requirement or any specific timeline when it might happen. It might make sense for the council to receive the summary report to understand what the plans are for moving forward, whether or not there is NEPA the FMP amendment and the NEPA requirement. At that point, the council could identify that, yes, they wanted to open up the HAPC proposal process for specific types of habitat. And that would give the opportunity for SSC review and other review moving forward and get their input on whether or not it is appropriate. So that would be, I think, the normal process that the council has used previously.
Thanks, Mr. McLean. Okay, back to you, Ms. Harrington.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I just have a final slide. There's two other pieces of the EFH consultation report I wanted to point out. The tools for EFH consultation. So this is in addition to the FMP text and maps. To understand where EFH is, we have the Alaska EFH Mapper, which is a web application. Shore Zone, the Nearshore Fish Atlas, and then our report, the impacts of EFH from non-fishing activities. I also wanted to point out we have some information on work from the NOAA Restoration Center, and that's also in the document, including a little bit of information on the fish habitat partnerships throughout Alaska, the NOAA Restoration Center's role in the Cook Inlet Beluga Whale Recovery Implementation Task Force, Habitat Threats and Management Committee, and then their ongoing work to identify restoration options for the 2019 oil spill in the Buskin River. And that concludes my presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Harrington. Final questions from Ms. Harrington. Okay, thanks again. Mr. Witherow. Or sorry, Mr. Twite has a question.
And this wasn't for Ms. Harrington. This was actually on an earlier subject on the NIFS report regarding the Seabird Working Group. Hold on, let me find where I put that on my screen. The working group recommended that the council support developing new methods, as shows there on the, and I was reading back on their full paragraph and realized that I was confused about a couple different issues there that I was hoping to get some clarity on. And the first issue is just, are the new analytical methods that are being proposed here, are those on the SSC's radar screen for review anytime soon?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Twite, I'm going to have to ask somebody from the National Marine Fisheries Service to answer that. I don't know.
Hi, this is Anne Marie Ike with National Marine Fisheries Service. Can you hear me?
We can. Good morning, Dr.
Good morning. The Seabird presentation was given to, or a Seabird presentation was given to the SSC just at this meeting, and so they are aware that that was one of the recommendations. I believe it was brought up during that presentation, but I don't know if what they're going to talk about including that. But I don't know if perhaps Dr. Joe Krieger might have more to add. He's our Seabird lead, if he's online.
Maybe I should just ask my second question as well, because maybe you could answer both of them, or either you or Dr. Krieger could answer both of them then. The second one is the suggestion that if the council were to elevate this on its list of priority projects, is that the research priority action that we're taking later this meeting? And was that request to make this a priority project, was that discussed by the SSC when they reviewed research priorities? So just a couple of related questions.
Thank you. So through the chair, Mr. Twite. So I don't believe that those are that recommendation was directed towards the research priorities. It was just directed towards NIMS and the council to think about making that a priority, but not in the context of the research priorities. And I apologize if I didn't get to your other question. I might have to ask you to ask it again if I didn't hit something.
Well, I think then that you did. I'm just at a little bit of a loss. If we don't have the SSC describing either an issue or a weakness with the current methods, and we don't have an assessment of the potential of new methods for improving it, and if it hasn't been prioritized in our standard prioritization process, how are we supposed to proceed?
Through the chair, thanks, Mr. Twite. So I think that the timing of this this update may have got a little complicated with the research priorities. I don't think that it needs to be incorporated this year necessarily. The Seabird report is just brought up every April, and so I think to the extent possible, it would have been nice if we had the working group just met in March. I guess I'm just saying that the timing of this recommendation is unfortunate. I don't think it does fit very well into to be incorporated for this year in the research priorities. I'm taking your point that it is coming a little bit awkwardly. And I do think that Dr. Krieger is on now if he has anything else to add.
Dr. Krieger.
Thank you. For the record, this is Joe Krieger, NOAA Fisheries Alaska Regional Office, and I apologize. I only caught the second part of your question, Mr. Twyta. If you could repeat it, I can try to address it a little bit better.
So thanks. The first part of the question was about whether the SSC had this issue on their radar and have, in terms of the ability to assess whether there's problems with the current approach for estimating seabird bycatch, and whether the kinds of refinements that are being described here in the recommendation, whether those would actually address those weaknesses from the SSC's perspective. It was the first part of the question about whether that discussion has happened with them. And then I think you caught the second part, which was just around how does this fit into the research priorities process? And I think Ms. Ike answered that really well.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Twyton. I can address the first part. So at the Seabird Working Group, we received a presentation from some of our colleagues at the West Coast region that were that looked at using new statistical methods for generating uncertainty estimates around some of our seabird data, especially for certain species where we have really rare encounters. So just data sets with a lot of zeros. And right now we don't really have uncertainty that can be generated using the current methods that we have for developing those estimations. And so after seeing that report, that was something that the working group thought would be really useful in trying to better understand the actual estimates that we have, is just having an idea of what the uncertainty is around those. And so that was a recommendation that we put forward as a working group. That was not part of our presentation to the SSC last week. We had a pretty scripted ask from the SSC about specific things that they wanted to see in that presentation, and this recommendation was not one of those. Our hope is that we will work with our colleagues at the West Coast region and try to apply those methods that they have developed with our own seabird data, see how that works, and then perhaps next year we could show the results of that to the SSC and get their input and buy-in on it.
Thank you. That makes sense to me as a path forward then.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Twyte. Further questions before we move on? Mr. Witherell.
Thanks, Chairman. Moving on to the NOAA GC report. We posted the normal notice of the designated official and recusal determinations for this meeting. There's also a litigation update relative to the Southeast Chinook salmon summer troll fishery. I'm sure Mr. Lepore could answer any questions if there are any. Stop for a second.
Hello, this is John Lepore. I just wanted to say I'm here to answer any questions if that's necessary on this agenda item. And I have one other thing to add, Mr. Chair, if that's possible.
Mr. Lepore.
Yeah, I wanted to mention to the council that this is actually going to be my last council meeting representing the Office of NOAA General Counsel. I plan to retire in June, so just want to make that announcement and indicate that I really enjoyed working with all of you, some in more than one capacity. I've been with National Marine Fisheries for a while before joining the Office of NOAA General Counsel, and also wanted to indicate, Mr. Chairman, I enjoyed working with you both through the AP and the council process. And I know that we haven't always seen eye to eye, but you've always been a champion, and I appreciate that. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lepore, for filling us in. You'll obviously be missed. Thank you for all your time and dedication to the council process. You'll be with us through the rest of this meeting, though, correct? You'll be sitting?
That is correct, Mr. Chair. I will be sitting through staff tasking.
All right. Well, thanks for doing that, and congratulations on your coming retirement. Dr. Balsiger.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I didn't know whether there'd be another opportunity at this meeting to say this. You know, John Lepore has been a steady friend and a steady legal advisor for many years, about 19 or 20. He was working with John Pollard on International Pacific Halibut Commission items and also with the council. He's always been a good friend. I particularly liked his work habits. He started at 6 in the morning like I did, so we could get stuff done before the doors opened. And so I will miss John. So I just wanted to say he's a stand-up guy, and I'm glad that I was able to know him.
Thank you, Dr. Balsiger. Okay. Thanks again, Mr. Lepore. Any questions before we move on? Mr. Witherall.
Moving on. The Fish and Game Report provides status updates on the groundfish and crab fisheries. The report also notes that the Alaska Board of Fisheries held a special meeting on March 16th to respond to a special request to close the Norton Sound red king crab fishery, and the board denied that request, and the fishery remained open as defined in state regulations. I'll stop there. Okay. Coast Guard report details enforcement activities off the marine boundaries, high seas, and critical habitat areas. The report includes figures showing trends in boardings and violations, search and rescue cases, and enforcement efforts in terms of C-130 hours, helo hours, cutter days, and patrol boat days. There's also an attached survey to assist the Coast Guard and the Office of Inspector General in understanding how the Coast Guard communicates with the public about VHF distress signal outages in Alaska and how those outages impact the safety of mariners. And so they're looking for fishermen to respond to that survey and provide insights on how the Coast Guard can improve its communication about those outages. I see that Lieutenant Commander Rasky's on the phone, so he would be open to questions or any other comments he wants to add.
Through the chair, this is Lieutenant Commander Jed Rasky from Coast Guard District 17 in Juneau. Just want to mention that survey, the DHS Coast Guard VHF Distress Outage Survey, it is supposed to close on the 14th of April. So if you are interested in completing the survey, please do so by the 14th.
Great, thank you. Any questions before we move on? Okay, Mr. Witherall.
Okay. Moving on to the Fish and Wildlife Service report. Ms. Holly Carroll has included a letter reminding fishermen and other boaters about the rules on how close vessels can operate from Pacific walrus haulouts. The Fish and Wildlife Service has been using AIS to assess and monitor marine activity near walrus haulouts, and preliminary analysis of data from 2020 indicate that there's a high level of commercial fishing traffic in close proximity to those haulouts in Bristol Bay and along the Alaska Peninsula. And I believe Ms. Carroll is online and probably may want to provide an extra comment. Answer questions.
Hello, Mr. Chair. This is Holly Carroll. Can you hear me?
And good morning.
Yes, I don't have anything to add. I'm just present for questions. And if anyone wanted to follow up to get more information, I can certainly direct them to relevant staff who are experts on these walrus haulouts. And there may even be maps available if people are interested in that.
Thank you. Any questions for Ms. Carroll before we move on? Mr. Witherow.
Moving on, Mr. John Mosier from the U.S. Pacific Fleet is the Northwest Environmental Program Manager, and he'll present an overview of the Northern Edge 2021 joint training exercise that's scheduled to begin in May of 2021 in the Gulf of Alaska. So at this point, I'll stop and ask John to take over.
Good morning. This is John. Can you hear me?
We can. Good morning.
Okay, great. Thank you. Good morning, and thank you for the opportunity to address the council again. Presenting with me today is also Christopher Hunt, who works with the Naval Facilities Engineering Command as a marine and fisheries biologist, and I'll be handing off to Chris after a number of slides that I present. So for the exercise Northern Edge, I suspect everybody has heard of the exercise. It's an exercise that is sponsored by the U.S. Indo-Pacific Command. It's a joint forces exercise that involves all the armed services working together. The exercise scenarios replicate Indo-Pacific theater type environments where the different services work together to develop and practice tactics, techniques, and procedures. So again, all the services working in conjunction. The exercise is biennial, so it occurs every other year in odd number of years. So the last Northern Edge exercise was in May of 2019, and the next one, as noted, is coming up in 3 weeks. So between May 3rd through May 14th, 2021 will be the next exercise. The training areas involved in the exercise, the Joint Pacific Alaska Range Complex, the JPARC, as we call it, is indicated there in the graphic. It's a very large area of airspace, military training lands, and some area within the Gulf of Alaska. This is where the different activities occur during the exercise. It is unique in DoD with the scale of everything and the close proximity of airspace to land space areas and to the marine environment. The at-sea activities, which I'll address specifically, where the Navy activities occur in what we refer to as the Temporary Maritime Activities Area, the TMAA. You can see that on the Gulf there in the graphic. This is only established during the exercise. It's not something you'll see on nautical charts. There are no restrictions on civilian navigation during the exercise. So fishing vessels, commercial shipping, aircraft, no limitations, no restrictions on the other users. And I'll note the TMAA is entirely beyond 12 nautical miles from the coast, and the majority of it is quite a bit further offshore from that, and we simply avoid other traffic by having it located further away from the coast. For the scope and the participation expected for the exercise coming up, the Pacific Air Force is the lead for the exercise, and they're finalizing the planning now. And again, the exercise will occur in air, land, and maritime areas within that JPARC area. The 21 exercise is expected to be similar in capacity, similar in size to those events that occurred in 2019. And this will involve approximately 10,000 military personnel in total, about 200 aircraft from all the services, and about 7 Navy ships are expected. The Navy participation, as in 19, is expected to include an aircraft carrier and also several either destroyers or cruisers, and possibly up to 3 amphibious ready group ships. We do implement a number of protective measures during the activities at sea, and these have been developed over time with the National Marine Fisheries Service. We implement, for example, mitigation zones when we utilize active sonar or training with weapon systems. And we have marine species lookouts in place to help identify and to establish these mitigation zones. We do minimize the use of live explosives during the weapons training. And just to look back at the last two exercises, no explosive activities did occur. So just the use of non-explosive practice munitions occurred during the previous two exercises. Fort Lock Bank area is an important mitigation area that we developed back in 2016. It's important fishing grounds that were identified, and there's an agreement that no explosive activities at all will occur in that particular area, which does overlay a portion of the TMAA. There is a coordination with regulatory agencies for adaptive management, and this is from year to year, allows us to adjust our protective measures based on the latest available science. And we do conduct population surveys and other marine species monitoring projects, both during the exercise and then on the off years as well. And that's a very important program that Chris will actually speak to with some important project work that we've been doing recently. Impacts to marine species, the analyses that we've done, and we've completed now 2 environmental impact statements for the project, they do show minimal impacts to species. With fish specifically, the TMAA itself was positioned to have minimal overlap with the fisheries management areas, no overlap with the salmon management areas, and then again with the activities occurring primarily out towards the center of the TMAA, further from shore, very little overlap with other management areas as well. Mid-frequency active sonar is not heard by shellfish. It's not heard by most fish species. So this is an important factor in our analysis of potential effects. And there is no mortality of fish from sonar. There's a minimal use, as I mentioned, of explosives during training activities. And again, these are going to occur further offshore, away from those management areas. And there will simply be an effort to avoid other vessels in the area, such as fishing activities. With marine mammals, there would be minimal exposure to marine mammals from the use of active sonar, and there is not expected to be any significant long-term effect to species or population level effects. There have been no strandings associated with the Navy training during the exercise, and there have been no ship strikes with marine mammals. And then for our analyses, I mentioned we had completed 2 previous EISs and the associated authorizations from the National Marine Fisheries Service that went with the EIS. We're actually in the process now of conducting a 3rd EIS. And this will allow us to update our authorizations, which are currently in place through 2022. But those will expire, so it'll allow us to continue exercises into the future. We are completing another supplemental EIS and the permitting that goes with that. The proposed activities into the future, so this is not for the 21 exercise that's coming up, but for those into the future beyond that, the activities are essentially all the same in the future, so we're proposing to continue what has occurred in the past. The supplemental EIS document, the draft was released in December of 2020, and this was followed by a public comments period and 2 virtual public meetings were conducted. We expect the final supplemental EIS to be released just under a year from now in the winter of 2022. And all the project documents are available on the website we have posted here. And this includes the permit authorizations that we received from the National Fisheries Service in addition to our own analysis. And with that, I'm going to shift to my colleague, Chris, to speak about the Marine Species Monitoring Program. Over to you, Chris.
Thank you, John. Yeah, thank you, John, and good morning, Council. Can you hear me?
We can. Good morning.
Thank you. Good morning. As John stated earlier, I'm a Navy Marine biologist, and I'll be presenting the following slides on behalf of Andrea Bala-Holden. She is actually the Navy's lead biologist for the Marine Species Monitoring Program in this region, which I'll be referring to as MSM in the slides. Unfortunately, Andrea is currently co-leading the annual MSM presentations, which also happen to begin this morning. So I'll go through these. I think the next 6 slides have my name on them, and we'll talk a little bit about where we're at and where we're going. So the Navy is a world leader in marine species research and is responsible for compliance with environmental laws that apply to these marine protected species. The MSM program, which is not just Pacific Coast, but also on the Atlantic side and elsewhere. The Navy partners with the federal and state regulated agencies, universities, research institutions to fund studies that we work with them to help better understand the marine species occurrence and behavior. Since 2009, in the GOA region alone, the Navy has contributed approximately $6 million to marine species monitoring projects. These MSM projects are tied to authorizations received from NIMS as part of the Integrated Comprehensive Monitoring Program to coordinate with efforts across all ocean regions. Next slide, please, John. One improvement that, we've had a challenge in the GOA region for salmon data. And so one of the improvements that the Navy has sought, notably with respect to Chinook, is the spatial overlap and the Navy's temporary maritime activities area, as John referred to, the TMAA. And our problem has been that the catch data that we've been, that's most available is dependent on bycatch, such as those that are documented in the annual Masuda documents, or by the juvenile salmonid trawl surveys, such as International Year of the Salmon, and there were a couple of others. However, those have not caught many Chinook, and that's either because they're not abundant in those areas out in the GOA that overlap with our TMAA, or as noted in a few of these summary reports, the trawls were too shallow in the water column to actually catch Chinook. So we had a challenge there. We still want to know what's out there, try to identify their overlap and minimize our activities in those regions where these fish might be abundant. So what's easier when you're looking at tagged fish is to go for larger fish. So we can't go out there and tag the little juveniles and document their occurrence. So working with University of Alaska Fairbanks, Andy Seitz and Michael Courtney, we tagged a number of large immature Chinook salmon, mostly 3 to 4 year olds, and then also concurrently work with National Marine Fisheries Service, Northwest Fisheries Science Center staff, David Huff, and Joe Smith with the following purpose, and that is to identify the temporal and spatial overlap of large immature Chinook salmon within the Navy TMAA, identify specific Chinook populations that are using these, understand Chinook salmon migration route from Alaska to the Pacific Northwest. So are these fish migrating back along the continental shelf, over the shelf, or taking a direct route? Using acoustic listening array off the coast of Washington, we can also determine whether or not some of these fish are occurring on the shelf in the region as they return to the Columbia River system. There have been some papers such as Sharma that suggest that some of these fish may actually occur off the shelf and then turn immediately in towards the Columbia. So that's really important for the Northwest region to understand. Next slide, please, John. So right now, the project has currently funded the study to occur at 3 locations, and we're looking forward to adding a 4th, which would be Sitka. So currently, we've had Chignik, Kodiak, and Yakutat. And Yakutat, I believe, just finished up last week. So the amount of data that we've been able to get so far has been a little bit limited because the data is preliminary and we're still receiving results. So the pop-up satellite tag approach is to tag 20 large Chinook using these pop-up satellite tags. And then with similar size large Chinook, Northwest Fisheries Science Center is using acoustic tags. And then they're also collecting tissue samples to identify potential ESUs associated with their behavior when they return. Next slide, please, John. So one of the responsibilities of the Northwest Fisheries Science Center biologists was to document, like I said, whether or not they're on the shelf or off the shelf. So they set up an array, and they're also cooperating with the DFO biologists to go ahead and determine which side of the Vancouver Island are they returning on. And then they set up an array pretty much on the shelf to determine whether or not we're detecting these fish when they're still in the marine environment, or are we detecting these fish once they return into the freshwater system, which would indicate that they went around that array and came up the river. So far we were unable to tag with acoustic tags at Chignik, excuse me, because COVID restrictions, the NIMS staff could not get up there. They tried reaching out to some of the Alaska staff, And there were just restrictions at that time to get up to Chignik. So we're looking to see if we can resolve that in the future. At Kodiak, they were able to tag 80 fish with acoustic tags, and Yakutat had a little bit slower fishing, so they were only able to get 32 tags out there. Next slide, please, John. So the pop-up satellite tags from the Navy-funded study are somewhat limited in the data because we're still mid-survey. So the presentation follows along what Andy Seitz of University of Alaska Fairbanks presented for the American Fisheries Society Alaska chapter meeting. I think it was 2-3 weeks ago. And so what he did is he folded in some of the previous studies so we can have enough power to see what's going on right now with the data that he has. And as additional data comes in from the Navy study, we'll have an independent report that will just document what we're documenting as part of this study and not have it combined with others. So shown here are a number of studies that we have, or a number of locations that Andy went out in combination with what you see is Chignik and Kodiak. Yakutat data is not included in this. Andy limited his data to only those tags that had at least 21 days worth of data. And then he assigned daily locations to Shelf, Slope Basin, TMAA, and then determined the proportion of tagged fish and the total aggregated number of fish days in each location. And then the goal is to assign the natal origin based on single nucleotide polymorphisms for fish tagged in Cook Inlet and Goa. Next slide, please, John. So this is my last slide. It's really busy. This came directly from Andy. Has a lot of information for a short presentation, but it does provide both an interesting visual summary and a general trend based on some of the preliminary pop-up satellite tag data. So Seitz and Courtney reviewed 61 tags that included a minimum of 21 days before being released and transmitting data via the satellite. The average number of days for each tag was 67. Average track length was approximately 777 kilometers. And as been documented in the figure to the right, of the Chinook salmon that were included in this data set, at some time, 90% of those fish occurred on the shelf, 54% on the slope, 16% in the basin, and then 26% in the TMAA at any given time. However, of the total, when you look at total aggregated days, and so they did a summary of 4,100 fish days, based on that, 76% of the occurrences were on the shelf, 17% were over the slope, 16% over the basin, and in this case, 5% over our TMAA. And then Andy definitely wanted me to stress that this is preliminary. We're still in the process of crunching numbers, but did want to say, based on the genetics that they have from the limited data set, that we're looking at about 35% origin in Alaska, 40% origin in BC, and 25% origin in Washington and Oregon, of which, of that 25%, 70% seem to be the Columbia River fish. And then again, he wanted me to stress again that the study is in progress and the spatial and temporal overlaps of more tags are really needed. We need to get through the Yakutat and potential Sitka data before we can really stand firm on the final report. And that's all I have.
Thank you, Chris. With that, I would like to open up for questions to the council with the exercise or with the project work that Chris was talking about. Thank you.
Great. Thank you both for the presentation. We'll go to questions. Ms. Kimball and Dr. Balsiger, if you have I think your hand has been up for a while, but it may have been a latent raising. All right, so Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for this presentation. I'm trying to scroll back in your PowerPoint, but I believe you said you were tagging 20 Chinook out of each area. So you have a sample of 20 from each location. If you could just confirm that for me and then remind me, who is the kind of end user of this research? Is it to support the EIS development that goes along with your training in this area, or is it for other purposes as well? Thanks.
So this is Chris. So it's 20 large immature Chinook tagged at each location, and then the acoustic tags are based on the number of fish available within the size range that Northwest Fisheries Science Center is taking a look at. And one of the main purposes of this is the Navy has activities out there, and when we're going through our consultation process with NMFS regulatory, they're interested in any new data that we have rather than relying just on bycatch data that is driven by, where the fishery activity is occurring. We were trying to be independent of that. And so we looked for options of how we could do that. And the puppet satellite tags seem to be the best approach. So we will be using this with National Marine Fisheries Service. And in fact, Andy cites on Thursday, it's a Navy coordination meeting. So the MSM meetings that I referred to earlier that Andrea are in. Andy is presenting that Thursday afternoon to NMFS HQ regulatory.
Thanks.
Sure.
Further questions? Thanks again to both of you for your presentation.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Mr. Witherell.
Okay. Moving on, Ms. Samantha Case from the National Institute for Occupational Safety and Health, NIOSH, has provided a written report. The report notes numerous published COVID-19 resources to protect workers, as well as a couple of recent journal articles that examine predictive indicators of fishing vessel disasters and incidents of non-fatal injuries and illnesses in Alaska fisheries. And I believe Ms. Case is online to answer any questions, or she may have some follow-up points she wants to make.
Yes, Mr. Roosevelt, thanks. Good morning, members of the council. It's great to be on. I don't think I have any additional points, but yes, here for questions.
Questions from council members? Mr. Witherell.
Okay. My last slide here. We normally receive written and oral reports from the cooperatives at our April meeting. And while we won't receive oral reports this year, the agenda includes a link to all the written reports for your information. And given the large number of co-ops, I really have not attempted to herd everyone to be present to answer questions on their reports at this meeting. So if you have any questions, you'll want to either contact the authors directly, or I guess we could request a follow-up discussion at a future council meeting. And that completes my report, Mr. Chairman.
All right, thank you, Mr. Witherell. Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thanks, Mr. Witherell, for that. I don't have a question about a specific cooperative report, but I did note in the action memo for this issue that staff did summarize a few comments, I guess I would say, both on the council's cooperative report process and some comments received on the agency's Paperwork Reduction Act process in terms of suggested revisions perhaps to the cooperative report process, whether it's in regulations or just in this voluntary cooperative reporting to the council. And I wondered, I don't know if staff is available. I remember one suggestion from the Amendment 80 sector and one from the crab sector. And I was wondering about the process, if the council was interested in considering those specific recommendations that are highlighted in the action memo, what would be staff suggestions for doing that?
Mr. Chairman, Ms. Baker, I'm going to phone a friend and see if Mr. McCracken or Ms. Marinan are available to field that question.
Like Mr. McCracken's online. Good morning, Mr. McCracken.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. Can you guys hear me?
We can.
I can only speak to, I think, the Amendment 80 part, and it's a bit of a stretch for me because the agency is the one that provided these bullets that you're seeing in the action memo from last year. It was Sally Bibb's kind of last issue when she was getting ready to retire. I believe the Amendment 80 portion, the adjustments to that portion would probably have to be probably a council action, because I think that the Amendment 80, I believe, is the co-op reports are in regulations, and so that would obviously have to be a council adjustment. And I'm going to let Sarah take a shot at the CRAB portion if she's ready to take that up.
Mr. Chair, Mr. Witherell, sorry, I was just trying to connect my audio. Can you please ask the question again?
Yes, Sarah, this is Rachel. I read the action memo for this agenda item, and I noted that at the end of the action memo, there were two summaries of issues that had been raised to presumably to council staff or to National Marine Fisheries Service through the process of this voluntary reporting process we have at the council, or through the agency's Paperwork Reduction Act process. And I just wondered if the council wanted to address those concerns, what would be sort of the appropriate process to do that? And I think John spoke to the Amendment 80 request and was hoping that you could do the same for the request from the crab industry.
Mr. Chair, can you hear me okay?
We can, Ms. Marinan.
Sorry, my audio got kicked off again. Yeah, looking at the action memo, there were a number of responses from the crab. I don't feel fully prepared to speak to those right now because, as John mentioned, I think Ms. Bibb addressed those when we were putting this action memo together earlier. But there were a number of issues that the ICE cooperative brought up in regards to reporting requirements and the costs associated with those. And I don't have any other response for that at this time.
Thank you. That's helpful, Mr. Chair. I don't have any specific path forward in mind. I just wanted to be responsive to, the comments that we may be getting through staff or our council process here, or to the agency. I personally really value these cooperative reports, and I think it's an opportunity for the council and stakeholders in the public to have an opportunity to review, the operations of the different cooperatives. And so that's really helpful, along with what's in the action memo. I'll just take that under advisement. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right, thank you, Ms. Baker. Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just didn't quite understand the response in reading the action memo. I'm not sure what stage we're in, and if someone knows if the agency is responding to comment and proposing to make changes to this data collection requirement. I just didn't understand if that's a yes or a no. Thanks.
Ms. Miller. Yes, Ms. Miller.
Hello, Chairman. Can you hear me?
We can.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you. For the record, this is Alicia Miller, National Marine Fisheries Service. And I think just to answer Nicole's question about the PRA process and responding to comments, we do respond to comments in our annual, it's every 3 years, we have to apply for renewal of our information collections. And so we do address comments received at that point. To change a cooperative report required element that's specified in regulation, that would take a regulatory change, including proposed and final rulemaking, and any associated analysis that goes along with that. So just addressing those process points, there have been occasions in the past when we have received comments on one of those PRA renewal packages and then brought that forward to the council to make you aware of those comments. And the situations I'm thinking of are generally the program reviews are good opportunities to raise those. And then if the council is also considering other regulatory changes, we try to raise those types of points and concerns when you're taking up those actions. But if you're not considering a regulatory change, we do bring those forward periodically. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Miller. Ms. Kimball?
Thank you. I don't have another question.
Okay, great. Mr. Kress? Mr. Cross, you might be on mute. Okay. Cross, we're not hearing you, or at least I'm not. So, let's go ahead and move on if there are no additional questions. Getting a call back now. I think the cross may have been disconnected.
Mr. Chairman, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Mr. Cross, good morning.
Yeah, I think I got triple muted there. So I guess just for council edification, I think it's important on these co-op reports that we kind of reinvigorate them. They've kind of taken just they come up every time and we go through them. But I think with the way that the ecosystem is changing and the way that bycatch is coming on, I think it's important that we start reemphasizing these co-op reports. So I'm not sure what action that takes or how we go about that, but just think I just want to make sure to note that I think it's important that we start looking at these more carefully in the future. Thanks.
All right, thank you, Mr. Cross. We'll get some public testimony on that as well. With that, let's see, it's 11:18, so I think we have time to get going on public testimony. So let me refresh my list here. Looks like we have 7 members of the public signed up to testify. We can go ahead and get started on that, and we'll break partway through for lunch. So first up to testify is Chad C. Following Mr. C is Jim Ayers, and then Hannah Heinbuck.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can. Good morning.
Great. Good morning. Chairman Kaneen, my name is Chad C., Executive Director of the Freezer Longline Coalition. Today, my comments are focused primarily on the NIMS management report, specifically the in-season management update on PSAI Pacific cod harvest. First, I did want to highlight FLC's support for the industry comment letter submitted to Interior Secretary Holland and subsequently the Council on Section 216A of the President Biden's climate change EO regarding the 3530 proposal. FLC is a signatory of that letter, and we encourage the Council to consider the points detailed in the comments. FLC also submitted comments on NIMS to Section 216C of the EO on climate resiliency. Those touch on many points included in the Council's letter and from other industry participants. One additional point we touch on is the value of facilitating increased cooperative research efforts between industry and NIMS to utilize new data collection platforms and to minimize the cost of research. Moving on to Pacific cod harvest, I'm commenting to express urgent concern about the continued race to fish in the Bering Sea Pacific cod fishery. In December 2020, FLC testified to Council on the race to fish that resulted in the first early closure of the Bering Sea Pacific cod fishery on November 18th. We stated our concern that a similar race to fish may again occur in 2021, given the further decrease in the Bering Sea Pacific cod ABC and the continued presence of other factors contributing to the problem in 2020. It is apparent that the race has returned for 2021. It is also apparent that FLC members will once again bear the responsibility and costs to minimize the impacts of this race on participants, including we and others who would be affected by another early closure in the Bering Sea. No one sector has created this problem. One sector alone should not need to solve it. Multiple factors are creating a race to fish in the Bering Sea Pacific cod fishery. As FLC noted in December, factors contributing to the closure of the fishery in 2020 included low ABC, little trawl, CV trawl effort in the AI, and the composition of the Pacific cod fisheries. Pacific cod participants include those that are primarily directed fixed-gear fleets and trawl fleets that are directed but also with large amounts of incidental catch. When approaching ABC, the directed fisheries are shut down while the fisheries with the incidental catch continue. More broadly, closures are now experienced. We are now experiencing can relate to the Council's decision to maintain combined BSAI cod sector allocations when action was taken to split the Bering Sea and AI cod ABCs. There was valid justification for making this decision at the time of the split, including the management challenges involved in the sector allocations in the AI. However, 2020 and again this year is highlighting the disproportionate burden it is putting on our fleet to avoid an early closure in the Bering Sea. With the lower Bering Sea Pacific cod ABC in 2020 and 2021, the current management structure is contributing to a race to fish in the Bering Sea. The directed fisheries that fish at a slower pace, such as our fleet, and fish later into the year are consequently being forced to catch the remainder of their allocation in the AI or to direct vessels away from the Bering Sea earlier in the year to fish down AI quota to avoid a Bering Sea closure. Either way, this limits our fleet's flexibility to harvest our BFA allocation when and where it makes the most sense for us to operate. In an effort to mitigate the race to fish and extend the Bering Sea cod fishery later into the year, FLC members have met in the past month and discussed plans to harvest a portion of our 2021 allocation in the AI. This will afford us and other sectors more opportunity to continue operations in the Bering Sea later into the year. However, these efforts alone will not fully address the problem. Actual harvest in the AI can be particularly hard to predict. Even if we are able to harvest at a level closer to our recent historical catch in the AI, that will still leave about 6,000 metric tons in directed allocation in the water without activity by other sectors, likely prompting another early closure in the Bering Sea. To note, in years with higher ABCs, unharvested fish in the AI can generally be less of a concern, as a higher percentage of Bering Sea Pacific cod allocation tends to go uncaught. This gives more room for vessels to harvest their BSAI allocation in the Bering Sea through the end of the year, even with minimal participation in the AI. However, when ABCs are lower, there is less flexibility as a greater percentage of the Bering Sea ABC is caught, including in 2020 when it was fully utilized, resulting in the closure. Bering Sea cod harvest numbers by directed and incidental fisheries point to a similar outcome this year. FLC's efforts to harvest in AI will again come at a particular cost to our fleet. Relative to the Bering Sea, recovery of Pacific cod is not as good, and the market for the product is not as consistent. Costs to operate in AI tend to be higher, bycatch is more difficult to manage, and conditions are more unpredictable, making it more challenging for our members to efficiently harvest their allocation. Combined with other pressures on our operations, including the low tax and COVID protocols to ensure the safety of our crews, our fleet has been challenged just to keep vessels on the water. FLC believes an industry plan is needed to share the responsibility to address this race to fish and to avoid future early closures in Bering Sea cod fishery beginning in 2022. Relative to regulatory action, an industry solution can allow for this issue to be addressed more quickly and offer more flexibility to adjust plans year to year. Short of an industry solution, we would ask Council to explore possible regulatory solutions to ensure each sector bears responsibility for alleviating this problem. Thanks for the opportunity to comment.
Thank you, Mr. C. Questions from Council members? Mr. Down.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. C. So I think you're asking for, rather than some kind of a regulatory approach that the council would undertake, that an industry solution is favorable, maybe some, I think the words you used were shared responsibility and an industry solution. So what would that look like, and what can the council do to help ensure that the people that you feel are, and I agree, I think all sectors are almost, I can't think of a sector, a ground fish sector that's not affected by this. So what can the council do to help encourage people to come to the table and negotiate in good faith a solution to the alternative, which is the Bering Sea continues to close and we've got stranded harvest in the Aleutian Islands?
Through the chair, thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Down. Our main point is to highlight this concern that we have here about this continued problem, and to address the point that without some sort of industry solution, there's going to need to be some, in our belief, some sort of regulatory action that council would need to have to take and to address this problem. And so it would be our hope that council might help encourage industry participants to come to the table to look at an industry solution that could be more flexible for all of us as an industry to address this issue and to avoid something that might be more rigid in a regulatory action down the road. I think finding an industry solution to avoiding future races to fish and early closures in the Bering Sea can be something that can be done more quickly and provide something that would can be implemented in times when we are facing a low tack and a situation where we might see a closure without some sort of regulatory, some sort of industry efforts to avoid it.
Thank you, Mr. C. And I may have a follow-up question, but I'll let I see Mr. Cross, Ms. Kimball have questions. So I'll lower my hand for now. But thank you, Mr. C.
Thank you,
Mr. Mesereau.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. C, for your testimony. I guess my question for you is that it seems like we're having these recurring problems where, despite the best efforts of the trawl fleet, they're encountering larger numbers of non-target species, and we already have a discussion paper in the batter's box regarding trawl sablefish overages. Do you think it would be useful to maybe generalize that more, to take a look at the cod issue as well, if we're going to go down the road of a discussion paper for a different but similar problem?
Thanks, Mr. Mesereau, through the chair. I think that's something that could be looked at by council. I think that the first step is to have an industry discussion on this issue and the problems that are contributing to it, and what steps we could take to help alleviate the early closures. Certainly, part of that part of that appears to be the overages. And I think if we, in part of identifying the concerns here, I think that's one thing that could be added to future discussions by council. And if it's appropriate to add it to that particular paper, that could be one avenue to address that. At this point, we're looking to start with an industry discussion so we can have some agreement on where we want to go.
Mr. Krause.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I guess my question, Chad, is I agree. I think we have that this is something that the industry as a whole needs to sit down and do. Have we had these kind of discussions before, or is Is this going to be, do you see this something that you just need us at the council to kind of push industry towards getting this together? Is that what you're looking for?
Thanks, Mr. Cross, the chair. Yeah, I think what would be helpful is a recognition from council that this is a concern that's going to need to be addressed either through industry or by regulatory action down the road, and that we need to that the council might like to see the industry come back with some solutions to try to address this outside of the council process. And we've had some industry outreach on this before. But I think there's an urgency here that we need to highlight to bring everyone who should be at the table to the table so that we can have a discussion with a real focus on trying to address this in the next year. Part of this, I know, has been that, in the last year, this occurred for the first time in 2020. And so there was some understanding or question about whether this might be something that is reoccurring. But with the season and how it's gone so far in 2021, it's apparent to us that it's going to be a continued problem. And so we feel there's that urgency to bring groups together, and we hope that council can be supportive of that message as well.
Thanks. Thank you.
Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. C. I just want to better understand what it is the request is and who you intend to get together for an industry solution. We have 9 different sectors that target cod in the Bering Sea and Aleutian Islands, including CDQ, half of which are not rationalized fisheries, all of which are very small allocations compared to the freezer longliners. And absent a regulatory solution where we require every one of those 9 sectors to have a specific allocation in the Bering Sea and a specific allocation in the Aleutians, I'm wondering what kind of solution you're proposing to bring people to the table and who it is you're expecting to be at that table.
Thanks, Ms. Kimball, through the chair. We'd open it up to anybody who wants to participate in a discussion on this. The initial focus here is trying to look at ways we can keep that to avoid a shutdown in the Bering Sea, early shutdowns in the Bering Sea in the future. I don't have answers to give you right now on what other sectors can do specifically to help contribute to that. That's where we want to see. That's why we want to have some a discussion and bring people to the table to start identifying some of those solutions. And so we've had, as I mentioned, FLC. We've had a group discussion about how we can do our part on ensuring that fishery. That the Bering Sea fishery stays open longer through additional harvest in the AI, but we want to make sure that other sectors are also bringing some ideas to the table about what else they could do, whether it's finding ways to do some additional harvest in the AI, or looking at other options that would encourage different. Some changes in operations or some efforts to avoid this or repeating this situation that we've occurred in 2020 and then we expect to see again this year. We agree that the regulatory solutions have been looked at and it's a challenge. It would be a challenge to try to address this in a regulatory solution, but I think there's also a reality that we may have to relook at some of those regulatory options given the new environment that are fisheries, and if we can't find some sort of ways that industry and different sectors can alleviate this ourselves.
Okay, further questions for Mr. C. Mr. Down.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. C. This is my follow-up question, my second question that I'll ask. So, in response to Ms. Kimball's question on what it is that you have in mind here, so in my mind, I think about the cod harvesters. She mentioned, Ms. Kimball mentioned 9. I think about the cod harvesters as kind of the big 6, which is UCB, the FLC, the APA, the Amendment 80 guys, the Bering Sea Pot Cod Cooperative, and the less than 60-foot harvesters, cod harvesters. When I think about those 6 sectors, I think that's primarily the vast majority of people, and that would include that group would be inclusive of harvesting most of the CDQ as well, which Ms. Kimball. So if we ask for those 6 groups to get together and to bring us something back to the council, back to the council for the December meeting and report to us, because your ask is that we try to get something agreed upon that would help to alleviate this problem or mitigate this problem in 2022. Is that something that the FLC would support?
Thanks, Mr. Down, through the chair. Yes, that is something that we would support. And I think you have the groups that are probably most relevant in mind. I think you've named them, and so something along those lines I think would be very instructive and helpful to move the discussion forward.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Kneen. Thank you, Mr. C. Excuse me.
Great. Thanks, Mr. Down. Mr. Cross has informed me that his hand is stuck up in the air, so looks like there aren't any additional questions. Yes. Thank you, Mr. C.
Thank you.
All right. Let's take Jim Ayers, and then we will break for lunch after Mr. Ayers and come back and conclude testimony after lunch.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can you hear me?
We can. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Jim Ayers. I'm representing only myself. During the last meeting, we talked about my suggesting that we'd lost our way in Alaska, or that we were losing our way. Someone asked me, well, don't you think the FEP, the action modules, and our other work is the right way? I said yes, but we all can and must do better. I've done a lot of thinking about that, and I believe we can and must do better. By recognizing the urgency that people are talking to us about, by understanding that the declines that we are seeing are frightening to thousands of indigenous and other people. And you know, people throughout Alaska rely on us to find a sustainable path forward. Climate change, population growth, resource demand, toxins, including plastics, and globalization are causing growing pressure to us to produce more target resources. The status quo approach threatens the health, the ecosystem, and puts indigenous people's way of life and other uses in peril. Salmon, kings in particular, in serious decline. Fur seals are depleted and declining. Halibut, we've been discussing. Black cod is now talked about as a bycatch issue. And it goes on. These are frightening realities to many people, and it raises the question of the ecosystem health and sustainable management. Status quo, TAC as a primary goal, the defense that we've done enough here, we don't need to do more, is the wrong direction. Practicability has become a rationale for stay the course, and we've done enough. We are overloading financial consideration of practicability and grossly underweighing the ecosystem and community considerations of practicability. In summary, there is a pleading for precaution and sustainable management. Sustainable that includes the consideration of the food web, other species, habitat, and subsistence way of life and other personal use. You have the power and the responsibility to balance economic efficiency and social justice to this and future generations. My recommendation, be bold, lead the world in this balance. Look to supporting the idea of identifying important ecological areas and working with Indigenous people and other stakeholders in developing precautionary actions, perhaps even considering Indigenous protected areas. Cap the pollock tax, perhaps, and cap the trawlers Amendment 80 group if necessary. Cap Chinook salmon at 20,000 or less, and find some way to cap the halibut bycatch. Move to get off the bottom until we know more, and open the door wider for others and co-managers to talk with you about specific area, species, and concerns, research, and recommendations. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Happy to answer any questions.
All right, thank you, Mr. Ayers. See if there are any. Not seeing any hands raised. Dr. Balsiger has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for the testimony, Mr. Ayers. You started out mentioning the practicality or practicability or whatever the right word for that would be, which of course is a conundrum. And you suggest economics is not the entire way to address the meaning of that word. Part of the reason economics tends to be the predominant way to look at practicability is because it's an easy metric to measure. And so it's easy to say this solution gives this many dollars, this solution gives this many dollars, and we can take a look at it. So do you have any advice on how to put metrics on some of these other things that you mentioned? Impacts on coastal communities, are you thinking of dollar impact on them or measuring cultural changes, or what is your suggestion for metrics on other elements that might let you determine whether a solution is practicable?
Mr. Chairman, through the chair, Dr. Balsinger, I think that is the major conundrum facing the council today, and the conflicts that you're facing, and the turmoil and the fear that exists. Because that very question that you asked is the substance of the division of what's happening. It reflects that you have made the TAC the ultimate primary goal at all costs, because there is no determining metric for considering what is happening to other use, to the habitat, the other uses, when you make a determination. And then yesterday we heard several people mention, well, it's just not practicable. But when you consider that that really is at the essence of our conundrum, as you mentioned, it is the problem, but the solution lies in your hands to balance social justice with economic efficiency. That, in my view, is your moral and primary responsibility in your job. And right now, I particularly don't see it. But in answer to your question, I think that is a substantive question that ought to be back to the nexus, or where the rubber meets the road, or the traction question of how should we bring in these other action modules. They should come into the stock assessment process with information, but also with a relevant depiction of what's happening, what is the practicable implication to people's lives and other uses in a decision of a particular level of TAC that includes both the method and means impact. And you hit the nail on the head, and I thank you for the question, and I wish I had a 2-sentence answer. But I would love to believe that you would take the time and put together a small team of people that would include Indigenous people, maybe a couple of people in the NGO, and talk about this very question. Because if we can't answer that, you can't get to your major responsibility of balancing economic efficiency and social justice. Thank you for the question. Sorry to belabor it.
Well, thanks for the answer, and thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Further questions? Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Ayers. Okay, let's go ahead and break for lunch, and then we will come back and conclude public testimony after that. Next up will be Hannah Heimbach, then John Warrenchuk, and Stephanie Madsen. Let's come back at 12:45 Alaska time. afternoon. Council, please come back to order. We are ready to continue with public testimony on our B items. Next up is Anna Heimbuck. Following Ms. Heimbuck will be John Warrenchuk and then Stephanie Madsen.
Hi, good morning. Can you guys hear me all right?
Yes, we can.
Hi, well, I guess it's good afternoon. All right, Hannah Heimbuck here this morning representing the under 60 cod harvesters. Nice to see you all again this spring. Our vessels harvest Pacific cod with pot deer in the Bering Sea, Aleutian Islands, and the Gulf of Alaska. And I just wanted to flag for your attention a letter we submitted under B reports here. There's more detail in the letter, but in short, we are concerned about the peacock harvest in the AFA catcher processor sector, which has reached 179% of its initial allocation of peacock. And so that moved to PSC status earlier this spring. And we saw a similar pattern last year in 2020, though it appears to be fairly accelerated this year compared to last. And as you already talked a little bit about earlier, that does have a downstream effect on other directed sectors for the current year, both on the cod quota available to directed fisheries and then the distribution of the directed fishing activity. And that overage at this point is most likely going to be covered, at least in part, with any quota remaining in the trawl catcher vessel sea season, as it was last year. I'm not certain where it comes from if that isn't enough to cover it, but that's one aspect that we're tracking. And as you've heard from me before, several directed peacock sectors regularly harvest quota rolled from that trawl sea season. This has been a consistent means to ensure stranded fall cod are harvested, processed, and distributed into the state, national, and global seafood economy. But of course, that doesn't happen when they are redistributed to cover PSC. So we understand that there are certainly challenges inherent to managing for both target and non-target species. This isn't an easy issue, and there's emerging issues that compound them. I don't know what all of those factors are in this case. I'm looking forward to learning more about that. But I do think we're increasingly observing these challenges in addressing the issue of managing within allocations of non-target species and fully rationalized fisheries, whether we're talking about sablefish, chinook, or herring, cod, or others. And much like we've discussed before, more specifically around sablefish, I think that warrants a look at whether we have implemented all the possible tools to minimize overages and whether we are actually doing our best to ensure that the harvest and related benefits allocated and intended for directed fisheries are not unnecessarily forfeit. So, obviously this is an evolving issue. It's a challenging one. I don't have the perfect answer at my fingertips, but we'd ask you for a few things that you consider this meeting and in future meetings. First, just the ongoing awareness that this is incredibly important to the sectors who are impacted by it. And second, ask that we work together in a timely fashion to identify some potential options to address these distinct instances where harvest substantially exceeds an established limit and address areas where incidental catch is taking default priority over directed catch. And I think we have the opportunity to look at this holistically, perhaps within a few upcoming issues. One is the Bering Sea trawl peacock rationalization discussion and the Council's intention around that sea season quota. Another, probably more timely one is in a reasonable and consistent approach would be expanding the focus of the paper examining sablefish overages, which is a step we'd be highly supportive of. There was a discussion in December at the AP about taking more of an omnibus approach to dealing with these various overages across a variety of species within rationalized fisheries. I think at the end of last year, something like 14 different federal species had some varying degree of overage in them. And, maybe in December there wasn't enough information, or maybe that was too broad of an approach. But I do think we're seeing a clear pattern at this point and some distinct areas that need troubleshooting. Peacock is an important one, and I think would warrant a next step of expanding that discussion paper. And then lastly, we'd ask just that you strongly consider this type of challenge as you look at any developing or potential efforts to rationalize additional fisheries. These are important lessons learned as we gain further experience with catch share programs and where improvements can and should be made. So thanks much for hearing our concerns on this and more broadly for your discussion overall this morning. I really appreciated the comments from Sam Rauch on the executive order and the written comments from this council and the many stakeholders from within this process who also submitted comments. I thought that discussion today was really valuable, and I look forward to continuing to have those collective discussions around those important issues. Thanks very much, and good to see you all today.
Thank you, Ms. Heimbuck. Any questions from council members? Amy, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Up is John Warrenchuk.
Hello and good afternoon, members of the council. For the record, my name is John Warrenchuk, Senior Scientist and Campaign Manager for Oceana. We have a letter on this agenda item, specifically the Essential Fish Habitat Work Plan. And I think the council perhaps would have benefited from hearing from the SSC. We discussed this as well, but I'll cover the points I was trying to make here. So as you know, you are required to have a review of EFH at least every 5 years or so. That review is required by regulation, and what's in it, there is some advice on what it should include, but not be limited to evaluating published scientific literature and unpublished scientific reports, soliciting information from interested parties, and searching for previously unavailable or inaccessible data. And you may recall that during the last EFH review, there was acknowledgement that while the analysis didn't show adverse impacts to essential fish habitat overall, that there were localized impacts and localized impacts along with habitat features. And those 2 points were not well addressed in that approach. And there was some desire to figure out a way to perhaps look at that in more detail. And so to that end, and also to be responsive to the EFH request for information, we request that there be a somewhat formalized or official request for information, and perhaps we convene a workshop to solicit information from the public on these issues. As well, we request the Ecosystem Committee and the public have opportunities to review the fishing impacts model results and EFH descriptions as they're developed. And I'll also touch here on HAPCs. I appreciated some of the discussion earlier, habitat areas of particular concern. I recognized that the council is not necessarily required to have a process to consider habitat areas of particular concern. But what I've picked up from the council's and others' responses to the recent executive order on climate change is that, yes, this council is concerned about climate change and the impacts to fisheries and the oceans and habitats. And it is the opinion that that is part of their job. That is part of their regular job that they are currently doing. And to that end, I would encourage you that you do use an opportunity of the CFH review to take a look at HABCs. Ask the public what areas might need to be looked at, what kind of habitats are important. And I've given many examples through the years, and I can return to some right now if it's helpful. You know, there is a whole deep sea coral and sponge program within the agency whose sole job is to provide the councils with information on the distribution of corals and sponges. And they have produced a wealth of information in the last decade, which has not been formally included within the council process. There have been drop camera studies in the Aleutian Islands that have found a handful of new coral gardens where the density of corals is over 10 corals per square meter. The Fisheries Service itself even acknowledges these are sites that are not located within the habitat conservation area at present. So these are the types of areas we would urge you to include. I'd also urge, as part of this process and on a parallel track, that you ask for a report on the location of trawled or lightly untrawled marine sediments that can act as carbon sinks. I think you're presented with some exciting new science that points to an action this council could take to mitigate or reduce carbon inputs from the fisheries, and that we should take this opportunity. This is the analysts will be looking at the same data that would inform that type of report during the CFH process, and it would be efficient to have that information reported during this EFH review. For example, in June or June 22 or earlier, that you get a report that looks at the distribution of sediments in the Bering Sea, Gulf of Alaska, Aleutian Islands, and the trawl effort, and some estimates on carbon, and perhaps some suggestions on actions the council could do to mitigate that. I will note that there has been multiple requests to look into a Gulf trawl rationalization program, and the Gulf of Alaska is your one region where you have not frozen the footprint or limited the footprint of bottom trawling. And there's a lot of marine stable sediments in that area that can function as carbon sinks. You know what? My video and timer has frozen. I'm not sure where I'm at in my countdown here. So I will just conclude by saying we really urge you as part of the CFH process to be transparent, that the results of the fishing effects model, particularly the results specifically on corals and sponges and deep sea marine sediments, are reported. They're not just lumped together and blended in an overall EFH disturbance metric, that you actually have that information in front of you in case you wish to act on it. And that we look forward to reviewing these results as they're produced.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
All right, thank you for your testimony. Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Warrenchuck, for your testimony. I want to go back to some specific suggestions you made about the council's EFH process, and I tried to take notes. You recommended a formal request for information, and then you also, I think, talked about specific opportunities for the public to provide input. Were you suggesting, besides the formal request for information, a process different than the council would normally take in terms of likely including the ecosystem committee and all of its advisory bodies, SST, et cetera, in the EFH review? Or can you clarify that for me, please?
Yes, thanks, Ms. Baker, through the chair. I think there are a couple steps along in the EFH process that could have some opportunities for public input, but one particular dedicated step to gather information to the public isn't quite identified. I suggested a specific workshop that's a request for information for the public, that they could present either habitat areas that are of concern or new information, new science, and or anecdotal or localized observations. I browsed a lot of the comments that were generated during this meeting on separate issues, but there are comments in there from fishermen who observed things through the years, say particular fishing areas and changes that have occurred in those areas. And I don't see a way that we've been able to gather or synthesize that type of information. And I think a workshop that's specifically focused on that would be helpful to this process. And I could see something like that happening between now and September, or between September and January, with time for that to be included in the EFH review.
Thank you, Mr. Warrenchuck. No further questions, Mr. Chair.
All right, thank you, Ms. Baker. Further comments for Mr. Warrenchuck? Okay, thank you for your testimony. Next is Stephanie Madsen, then Jamie Goen, and Alexis Kwachka.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the council. Stephanie Madsen, the FC Processors Association. Mr. Chairman, I chose to sign up to testify today based on some of the conversations that we had last December around tax setting and the status of the pollock stocks. So I thought I would take this opportunity today to give you a little bit of narrative about the A season. I know you get your facts and figures from the agency, but I thought maybe a little bit of a narrative about how the season went and what our fleet was doing may be helpful. First of all, Mr. Chairman, COVID. As you recall, last year we were already underway in A season when the COVID outbreak hit, so we were pretty much spared A season pollock fishery, although we did have impacts in the hake fishery and then later in the B season. But last A season, we were able to dodge that bullet. This year, not so much. As you read, everybody's aware the sectors were probably impacted differently. Shoreside was impacted differently than the CPs. So there was some impacts of COVID, obviously, at the beginning of the startup of the pollock fishery and the cod fishery. I want to acknowledge and appreciate Ms. Kimball's note of thanks to all that helped get much of the industry vaccinated. She mentioned Paul Mueller at the Eastern Aleutian Tribes and Melanie at the Ilios Family and Health Services Clinic, Discovery Health, the state. It was, as you can imagine, it was a very difficult coordination effort to get the vaccine where it needed to be with port calls and that. But we've been fairly successful about getting vaccinated crew. We hope that continues. But it was a team approach. So, Mr. Chairman, the A season overview, I just kind of wanted to talk a little bit about where we are this year. First of all, when we start off the season, we look obviously at the pollock CAC split between A and B season. We look at our Chinook cap, which this year we are in a low abundance year, which means for the CP sector, there's only 9,000 Chinook salmon available to that sector for all of the year. We are also very aware, as you recall, about herring. The herring are still out there this year. And as you recall, we had an area close to us the size of Rhode Island last year. So when the fleet started the season, Chinook and herring were definitely foremost on their minds. There was a little bit of an unusual pattern. As many of you know, the fleet usually moves along the 50-fathom curve to follow the pollock. But this year, we didn't do that. We stayed closer to the peninsula primarily to avoid herring, which I mentioned we believe is still out there. And then, of course, being in a low abundance Chinook and knowing that the council's priority for bycatch avoidance is Chinook, where we were fishing a little bit above the peninsula there was good pollock fishing, low Chinook and low herring. So we primarily stayed there, although there are other requirements. For example, the SCA, the Stellar Sea Lion Conservation Area, we're only allowed to harvest 66.2% of the pollock during A season. That's at the sector level. So we met that limit and we had to move out. Additionally, the red king crab closure area 509 closes regulatorily March 15th to all trawling. So that area also closed. So we did move up the 50-fathom line up closer to the Pribilof, but then once we harvested enough pollock outside the SCA, we moved back down. I'm happy to report, Mr. Chairman, that we saw a very good mixture of size classes, year classes in the fishery this year. The roe wasn't quite perfect, but the roe was there, and we had a very good season. And I wanted to share that with you because I know that there was a lot of concern last year about it, and I thought a narrative about where the fleet was moving. If we were in person, I probably would have provided you some slides that would show the movement and the timing of the movement to better illustrate what was going through our captain's minds this year. But I can guarantee you that herring and Chinook salmon were foremost on their minds. And then, of course, looking for schools of pollock additionally. So, Mr. Chairman, that is my testimony for you today. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Sampson. Any questions from council members? You're down.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Ms. Madsen. So you mentioned the salmon and Chinook in particular, and herring, and the areas that were closed. So my question to you is, you didn't mention the cod overage, which was brought up in public testimony and pointed out to us in the NIMS management report. And I'm just wondering, Ms. Madsen, what can be done to mitigate the overages in cod? You know, one idea is that looks to me like most of the cod was caught inside the Stellar Sea Lion area, and I know that you stay inside and take as much as you can there. But if that's a high cod area, the ability to move out of that area earlier, move up north earlier where there was less bycatch, or just anything that you can think of to, is that just the state of things? That's just the way it's going to be, or is there some way that this can be taken into consideration? And I ask that, you know, in due respect. I realize you're trying to stay away from salmon and herring and other things too, but it's been brought up in public testimony. I don't think it's the last we're going to hear of it. Is the cod overage has a direct effect on the spillover, on early closure in the Bering Sea, on preventing other people from receiving rollovers that they might be normally used to getting, and forcing people that may not want to into Aleutian Islands earlier than they may want to. So it has a big, you know, it can have a big effect. So that's why I'm asking the question.
No, thank you, Mr. Down, for the question. I don't have any great solutions. I think when you look back at the history, you know, we've been able to live within the allocation. We do not have a directed fishery most years. It's all incidental. We used to have a directed fishery. We're not allowed to fish in the Aleutians, so we're not able to go out there. I think this year was a little bit unique in the sense that the catcher vessel, trawl, cod fishery stood down in their attempt to save halibut. And so there was an abundance of cod in the area that we were, and they were mixed with pollock. I know that people think that rationalized fisheries are kind of a panacea for solutions, and they certainly have helped us out relative to developing rolling hotspot closures and seascape, cooperative research, salmon excluders. But it doesn't solve everything, especially when you have more than one priority. I think, Mr. Down, additionally, when you look back, there were several years, many years, I think, that, you know, we contributed to the rollovers because we didn't take the incidental catch. So I think with a low abundance cod, although some of my captains think that there's more cod out there than the survey is showing, the cod were well mixed this year with the pollock in the areas that we were fishing. This PV trawl fishery wasn't there. Solutions. Well, I don't really have any solutions. None of us want to throw it away. It breaks our captain's hearts to have to discard cod. So I don't know if there's a way to rethink the way that we manage incidental catch. I don't have a full explanation about why this year and a little bit last year the cod were so intermixed with pollock. That could be due to climate change and water temperature. We don't go into the deep water as much as we used to because of the concern about Chinook. When we were there, we didn't run into cod so much. So it really is a balancing act, and I'm sorry that I don't have any silver bullet answers for you.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just with a follow-up question for Stephanie, and Stephanie, I hope you will accept that I'm asking these questions respectfully. I'm not trying to put you in the hot seat here on this, but but just trying to look at this. So, just for the benefit of the council and for myself, would you explain, like, it looks like the highest bycatch to me when I was looking at this is when the pollock fleet was fishing inside the Stellar Sea Lion closure area, which is, and when you moved north, when that closed, or when you did move, it looked like cod catch went down so much. So if you were to have moved out earlier, what effect would that have had on your ability to catch all your pollock, or would salmon bycatch have gone up, or what would have happened had you left that area earlier? And if I've got my facts mixed up on that, then please let me know as well. But it seems to me like that was the case this year.
Thank you for that question. I think that I think we were a little bit outside the SCA when we encountered a lot of the pollock, but I don't have the map in front of me. But I can guarantee you, had we moved north earlier, we would have encountered Chinook and herring. We had reports of that occurring. That is normally where we encounter both the Chinook and where the inshore guys encountered the herring last year. So we know, had we moved out there earlier, we would have caught more Chinook salmon and more herring.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Ms. Madsen.
Mr. Dunn, further questions for Ms. Madsen? Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Next up is Jamie Goen.
Good afternoon, Chairman Kneen and council members. I'm Jamie Goen with Alaska Bering Sea Crabbers. We represent the majority of harvesters of king, snow, and bear-dye crab that fish in the Bering Sea and Aleutian Islands. I want to start by echoing comments from Nicole and Stephanie, thanking everyone for the COVID mitigation work. The industry really came together. The state and communities showed leadership. It was truly incredible to be a part of and much appreciated. So thank you for everyone's efforts on that. My comments today are on B3, EFH review planning. Thank you to the NIMS staff for their presentation and EFH work plan, and I'll point you to our comment letter under this agenda item, which I'll highlight here briefly. Alaska's king crab stocks across the state are struggling, with several stocks at historic lows. The council was alerted in October 2020 that Bristol Bay red king crab may be approaching an overfish condition. Given that, and given the EFH work since 2012 that flagged several concerns and protections for red king crab that have not yet been addressed through management action, we recommend that the EFH considerations for red king crab be expedited by starting now to update the information and research available since the last EFH review. For example, we know there's papers on larval infection and crab movement related to temperature, and surely there are others as well. We also recommend prioritizing any pending EFH research for red king crab and encourage that information to be brought forward to the Council's crab plan team to consider in September 2021 as listed in the NIMS EFH work plan. Included in that, we'd like to see updates on the recommendations from the 2012 discussion paper on red king crab EFH, which I've listed out on page 2 of our comment letter. They note including protections for molting and mating crab, including protections for egg-bearing females. They give an example of closures in Southwest Bristol Bay, and they call for habitat areas of particular concern to protect egg-bearing females. We also ask for an update at the September CPT on the importance of fishing impacts in localized areas for crab, as flagged in the fishing effects model work. And you can see more on that on pages 2 and 3 of our letter. And then on page 3 in the FMP, there's a graphic there that shows that the fishing effects in Southwest Bristol Bay are particularly high at over 50% fishing impacts. And that's the same area that's noted as important for spawning female red king crab. Also on page 3, we go through the NIMS report on 2022 EFH planning, and we list out the components there that are called for council action. I won't go through all of them, I'll just highlight a couple. On comment 2 for the fishing effects model, I've already highlighted, we would like to see more information on the localized impacts of the fishing effects and the importance of that for certain species. We also would like to see more description be provided in the fishing effects model for the different gear types, so more transparency on the time on bottom of the different gear types. We call pelagic trawl out in this letter, but we mean that for all gear. But pelagic trawl is one that we're having trouble finding information on regarding bottom contact. For components 4 and 6 that are called for council action, we see the need for an adaptive management approach that can better respond in real time to changing conditions. Under component 7, we see that it flags prey habitat information for the groundfish FMP, but we ask that the crab FMP also be included if not already. And then we note for habitat areas of particular concern, we'd like to see them be considered as part of this EFH review process. In closing, crab stocks that may have been more resilient to fishing impacts before and as previously assessed under EFH may be less so now under changing ecosystems, changing climate, and ocean acidification. And we need to proactively consider areas that help build their resilience. We have enough information to act now and start helping Alaska's crab stocks. We look forward to the scheduled update to the CPT in September 2021 on the EFH review and hope that you will consider adding updates to the items that we have highlighted in this letter at that meeting, as well as start considering habitat area of particular concern, priorities, and designations. And with that, I'm happy to take any comments.
Thank you, Ms. Goen. Are there any questions? Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Ms. Goen. I just wanted, on your last comment, did you have a specific recommendation on the timing for considering new HAPC priorities? We heard one possible recommendation from staff is to ensure that we consider that once we have the review, the summary review information in front of us. And I'm wondering if you thought that was an acceptable path.
Through the chair, Ms. Kimball, thank you for the question. I think that is one possible path. However, for red king crab, given its trajectory and status, I would encourage us to get started now on looking at what areas are particularly important for king crab stocks.
Ms. Kimball?
Okay, thank you. And thank you, Ms. Goen, for that response. And is your understanding that that is the type of information that would be brought forward for the crab plan team review that was put forward by Ms. Harrington's presentation?
Through the chair, Ms. Kimball, yes, that's what we've outlined in our letter, all the items that we're hoping that's brought forward for the September crab plan team meeting.
Okay, thank you.
Further questions from Ms. Goen? Testimony.
Thank you.
Next up is Alexis Kwachka.
Mr. Chairman, members of the council, my name is Alexis Kwachka. Today I'm representing KCAC, Kodiak Crab Alliance Cooperative. Tanner crab are important to small boat and large boat fishermen in Kodiak and beyond. It's been cited many times that shellfish are vulnerable to climate change. And with that being said, we need to take a precautionary approach to our impacts on them. We spent numerous years in the council process trying to get protections for Tanner crab from hard on the bottom trawling. During these discussions, numerous areas were identified as critical habitat and needed an extra layer of protection or increased observation. The areas identified were through fishermen's knowledge and ADF&G surveys. This action was rolled into the new observer program with the understanding and promise. I lost myself here. With the understanding and promise that 100% observer coverage would be in place until the new observer program was implemented. This did not occur, and today we are down to 8 to 15% observer coverage at best in these areas, which equals about one out of 6 trips observed. Our members cry out that this is not statistically viable nor sustainable. As an example, 500,000 plus crab caught as bycatch last year with very limited observer coverage. This is insulting to us, seeing as we did not have a season. The areas identified as critical habitat for crab are also the areas where large amounts of bottom trawling occur. Our members are being multi-species fishermen would like to point out that not only crab are caught, but salmon, black cod, halibut, cod, many other species are interacted with too. With the decline of cod in the GOA, our members have highlighted seeing what appears to be targeted cod bycatch during pollock fishing. It appears that cod is being targeted prior to having pollock on board. If this is the case, where is enforcement and what kind of interactions are they having with crab and other species? Where are the cameras? Where's the observer coverage? Crab is key to KCAC's formation, but by no means are our fishermen just crab fishermen. It's important to point out that we participate in many state fisheries and federal too. Our members have concerns about many species of fish that are interacted with and bycatch of. Crab bycatch, both GOA and BSAI. Black cod, GOA, BSAI, herring, halibut, and Western Alaskan Chinook. These species are important to us because KCAC members rely on the use of these in one way or another. We view the lessons learned at the council might not be responsive enough, quick enough to react to these changing times. The best science might not be available if we can't fund it or incorporate it into the latest or the greatest that is evolving at almost daily level. New studies on bottom trawling and carbon emissions from it. Where is the U.S. on this list? Are we studying it? What is the salmon migration pattern in the Gulf of Alaska? How are hatcheries affecting ecosystems for salmon and other species? But our members say, if we can't get our observer program right, what does it matter? Sustainability and MSC certification are things that the council takes pride in. We have to call into question how long we can keep our gold standard in fishery management if we can't even control the fisheries with the longest list of management tools. Our ecosystems are all tied together from land to sea, as are our fishermen. Coastal Alaska is dependent on all these things working together. We are all intertwined on our dependencies of the fisheries resources. Fisheries cannot be managed in a silo. Our dependency crosses state and federal lines. Kodiak tanner crab fishermen rely on a robust observer program, as do halibut, black cod, salmon, and many other species that fishermen rely upon. Bristol Bay fishermen rely on the council getting it right on Chinook, or we don't get to fish in the Nushagak, which is a river of concern. And you know, that impacts how we interact with red salmon. We question climate change will impact all of us at land and at sea. The council needs to think about how optimum yield plays a part in it. As with fishermen, we must have flexibility to adjust to these ever-changing times. We wonder if trying to maximize optimum yield is in our long-term best interest. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Quashka. Questions from council members? That you, Dr. Balsiger.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Thanks for that testimony, Alexis. I think you said you were representing the Alaska KCAC, Kodiak Crab Alliance or something, but your comments appropriately went across many of the species, many of the areas, much more than Kodiak crab. So I didn't see a comment letter from you, so I'm wondering if I missed it or if there was none submitted. And secondly, can you characterize a little bit who are the members of the KCAC? Are they mostly just crab fishermen?
Sure. No, we did not submit a letter for under the comments. KCAC members represent about, 70% of the permit holders for tanner crab fishery on Kodiak Island, which is a limited entry program. I think we're about between 60 and 70%. And that reflects everybody from trawlers to jig fishermen and everybody in between that covers all areas in the state of Alaska. So we kind of have a piece of everything, okay?
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thanks, Dr. Balser. Further questions for Mr. Klotchka? Amy, thank you. Mr. Klotchka?
Thank you.
Last up, we'll take Mary Peltola.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can you hear me?
And good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and council members. My name is Mary Chaltola. I'm from Bethel, Alaska, and I'm the executive director of the Kuskokwim River Intertribal Fish Commission. The Cusco Fish Commission did submit a letter to you. It's in regard to agenda item D5, salmon bycatch. Aritsakh Native Council, the Bethel tribe, also submitted a letter. They are one of our member tribes, and the Association of Village Council Presidents has submitted a letter. Their letter is more in regard to the Yukon River, but you know, we're all part of the Yukon Kuskokwim Delta. I'm speaking today in regard to Chinook salmon bycatch in particular, as well as I think chum should also be noted. Chinook salmon are of the most important to Yupik people on the Kuskokwim River. The Division of Subsistence under Alaska Department of Fish and Game has noted that over the years, 50% of the total harvest of subsistence Chinook salmon is harvested on the Kuskokwim River. Our annual average before this new paradigm shift, where we have much smaller and far less fish, in the paradigm that I grew up in, the average harvest was about 88,500 Chinook per summer. And the highest harvest on record was 110,000 Chinook. And this summer coming up, the preliminary forecast from the Alaska Department of Fish and Game has our run on the low end at 90,000 Chinook salmon. So you can see that we do not have enough returning to our river to meet those conservation concerns. We're trying to rebuild the run at this time, and our goal, the Fish Commission's goal, has been to see escapement at the higher end of the escapement range, which is about 110,000. But clearly, we do not have enough of a return to meet both the conservation needs and the very serious subsistence and food security needs that we have on the Kuskokwim right now. Earlier when Jim Ayers testified, there was a question in regard to an economic impact or kind of looking at it in terms of economic metrics. And as one harvester, one Yupik person on the Kuskokwim River, I will say for myself, and I think I'm speaking on behalf of all of our tribes, this is not an arithmetic problem for us. This is not, per pound, what could we be reimbursed? For families along the Kuskokwim River, the value of harvesting Chinook salmon goes far beyond the monetary value. A huge portion of it is the nutritional value, the nutritional content that we're able to derive from Chinook salmon from, drying. The average harvest, I think, for most households or most fish camps was between 80 and 100 Chinook a summer. Right now, we're lucky if we catch 10 or 20 or 30. And this has had a number of effects. The most prevalent is that we are under severe restrictions. And, June was the time when we always harvested Chinook salmon because that was the good drying weather and it's before the blue flies are out. So we could prevent molding and rotting of the dry fish, and we could prevent maggots from ruining the dry fish as well. But what we're not seeing now is adequate numbers to make it efficient to go to fish camp. We've been at the point where the Fish Commission is only able to advise having 12-hour windows in the federal waters below Aniak, maybe 3 times a summer. The season starts much later. It starts on June 12th because of a front-end closure that really was initiated by many tribes along the whole river. But this has really hampered the way that we have always conducted ourselves in the summer. We are used to teaching fishing to our kids and grandkids. It's really the only mechanism that going out and fishing and hunting is the only way that I know of to impart to my kids and grandkids our spirituality, our work ethic. It's the only way we can teach them about, the weather and the wind and working with nature to make sure that our food security needs are met. I would like to encourage the North Pacific Fisheries Management Council to have a subsistence committee meeting. It's my understanding that you do have a subsistence committee that is convened at the call of the chair, which I'm not sure when the last time that took place. I'm not even sure if that's accurate, Mr. Chairman, so please correct me if I'm wrong. And another thing I'd like to say is that not only do we use traditional knowledge as the Intertribal Fish Commission, we also believe in science, good peer-reviewed science, science that is, in 2021, not the 1950s. And, with that, I'd like to close my comments. You'll notice I didn't follow the letter because I just figured since you have the letter, you can read the letter, and I just, speak more extemporaneously. But with that, I'll close and answer any questions if there are any.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Baltola. Dr. Balsker.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Ms. Baltola. I was the person that asked Jim Ayers about alternate ways of measuring the value of the resource as opposed to dollars. So I appreciate the testimony that you gave. And so it's more of a comment than it is a question, but I think some of the things you were listing are the answers I was expecting to hear from Mr. Ayers and others about how to measure those trade-offs. So I appreciate your testimony. So thank you, and thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Any questions for Ms. Baltola before we conclude public testimony? Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. I don't know that I have a question, Mr. Chair. I appreciate the testimony and the letter that clearly shows an understanding of the program we have in place for salmon avoidance. So I do appreciate that. And one of the things that Ms. Patola, you mentioned is, ensuring that the council understands the impact, even though salmon bycatch isn't the primary maybe contributor, but understands the impact that bycatch does have on the ability of residents to harvest Chinook for subsistence. And sorry for the long lead in, but did you happen to hear our advisory panel is asking for just that kind of a similar request in terms of looking at the impact of current bycatch numbers, using current genetics and our current age length frequency. So using the most up-to-date information we have. I'm hoping you listened to that conversation, and I wanted to see if you had supported that request.
I do. Thank you, Councilmember Kimball, through the chair. I did listen to that conversation, and the Fish Commission did sign on to that letter that Summers talked about, I think his name is. So we do appreciate those efforts at looking more closely at those issues. And I do want to reiterate that we don't put the whole collapse of the Chinook run or, the drastic reduction in numbers or the fact that the kings are coming back a third as big as they used to be. We don't put that solely at the feet of, high seas fishing or bottom fishing trawlers, but we do recognize that it does play some there is some influence there, and if it's estimated that about 25,000 Chinook could have been spared, that's about as many fish as we're able to harvest at this point. I mean, our average has been about 30,000, so that's a significant number still.
I appreciate that, and I can look into that further. The analysis that I referenced is trying to look at what portion of that would have returned to your river system. So I thank you for that response.
Thank you.
Additional questions? I don't see any. Thank you for your testimony, Ms. Peltola.
Thank you.
Council members, that concludes public comment. So that would bring us to action, if any, on anything in the B report. Nothing we're required to do anything now. Certainly can, or council members can flag items for staff tasking if they wish to do that as well. So for hands from council members on what you'd like to do. Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I did want to take a minute to address the letter under the B3 NIMS report related to the council's action on the salmon FMP. And so I've had an opportunity to look at that letter, and it's a letter, just to remind the council members, that proposes some draft fishery management plan amendment text based on the council's December 2020 action on the Cook Inlet Salmon FMP. And so I was the maker of that motion in December. I just wanted to say that I've reviewed the letter, and the proposed FMP text, in my view, appropriately characterizes the nature of the council's action in December 2020 to be incorporated into the FMP amendment and proposed rule for that particular action. I would note it's my understanding that under the normal fishery management plan and proposed rule process, this FMP text would come back to the council for review as part of the deeming process. And I believe for this particular action, the council chose the normal route in which the chair and the executive director will undertake the review on behalf of the council. So happy to answer any questions or hear from other council members related to that particular letter, but I wanted to be sure and address that since the National Marine Fisheries Service did specifically request clarification and confirmation from the council on that.
Thank you, Ms. Baker. Okay, council members with questions or thoughts? Don't see any, so I think that would signal agreement with you, Ms. Baker. Thank you. Mr. Mesereau.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was just hoping we could circle around staff tasking maybe and discuss the possibility of just writing a brief letter to the Navy, thanking them for providing the presentation, and then maybe requesting that we get a follow-up on the lessons learned from this exercise and make sure they didn't have any interactions with any of the sea creatures we're responsible for managing or fishermen, and that the exercise went as planned. I think we've done this once before, and it was helpful to get the follow-up. So I'll bring it back up at staff tasking if there's no objection.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mesereau. Voting that. Mr. Dwight. It looks like you're been double muted there, Mr. Dwight. There you go.
Not quite sure how I earned the red mark of shame, but apparently I did. On EFH, I definitely want to hear an SSC report before we take any action. And so I think the sequencing would work to take the SSC report and then circle back around at staff tasking.
I think so as well. Ms. Kimball?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is just a quick one, but we did get a report, postcard, and an outline of their questionnaire or outreach on VHF distress outages. And that's something this council's heard testimony on previously. We might have had some written testimony on it at this meeting. And I wondered if that's appropriate to either post that that questionnaire on the council website or in some other way, publicize that this is out there. It seems to me it's more than just an opportunity to say, how should the Coast Guard get in touch with you and communicate an outage? When I read that questionnaire, it looks more like try to, highlight and prioritize the fact that these outages are having impacts on Alaskans and mariners, and getting this to be more at the forefront of the Coast Guard's priorities. So I guess I'm just encouraging folks to fill out that questionnaire, and anything the council can do to highlight the need for that would be appreciated. I didn't want to bring this up in staff tasking. I thought I could just address it right now.
Great, thanks, Ms. Kimball. Perhaps posting to our website and including in a newsletter any other ideas that the staff can come up with as well. Mr. Down.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to highlight my desire to flag that we'd like. I will be bringing something back at staff tasking on the Bering Sea Aleutian Island situation, just for open discussion, and also to notify members of the public that might have any testimony for us on their ability to meet as industry and try to come to an industry solution to the problem of stranded cod in the Aleutian Islands and early closures in the Bering Sea as a result of the harvesting efforts that everybody's undertaking. Thank you.
Okay, got that. Thank you, Mr. Down. Further. Thanks. That takes care of the B items. So not seeing any additional hands, so we are ready to move on then, and we are scheduled next to take up the AP report in full, except for agenda item 2.
During the course of this season, make sure it's healthy and whole and ready to finish.
Ask if you're not presenting or speaking, please put your phones on mute.
Mr. Chairman, this is Ruth Christensen. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, everyone. We'll wait for the slideshow to be uploaded, but for the record, Ruth Christensen here to give the AP report. The majority of the AP report, I guess I should say. Okay, we will go ahead and get started. Beginning with C1, the Scallop Safe. The advisory panel recommends the council adopt the 2021 Scallop Safe report, as well as the OFL and ABC as recommended by the Scallop Plan Team and the FSC. And as usual, I'll pause after each agenda item just to see if there's any questions before moving on.
Don't see any questions.
Okay.
Please continue.
Okay, thank you. Agenda item D1, Gulf of Alaska Sablefish Pots 3-year review. Motion 1. The AP recommends the council request that NMFS remove the pot tag requirements in the GOA sablefish pot fishery. That motion passed 16-4. Motion number 2 under this agenda item. The AP recommends the council adopt the following purpose and need statement and range of alternatives and initiate analysis. Purpose and need. During the 2021 review of the GOA sablefish pot fishery implemented under Amendment 101, stakeholders noted that some of the concerns have not borne out to the same magnitude previously anticipated, and some of these elements are overly restrictive on sablefish pot fishermen. Additionally, elements put into place to reduce potential gear conflicts and grounds preemption issues and protect small boat fishermen may have made it more challenging for those fishermen to effectively participate in the fishery. Noting that concerns regarding grounds preemption and gear conflicts vary by GOA subarea, there may be room to reduce some of the restrictions on sablefish pot fishermen in the GOA. Furthermore, allowing the targeting of halibut in pots
would reduce the negative impacts of whale predation in the halibut fishery and increase efficiency for IFQ holders. Alternative 1, no action, status quo. Alternative 2, revise regulatory requirements implemented under Amendment 101 to the Gulf of Alaska FMP. Element 1, pot limits. Option 1, remove pot limits in the GOA. Retrieval requirement. Option 1, remove the gear retrieval requirement. Option 2, modify the gear retrieval requirement to sub-option 1, up to 7 days in all GOA areas. Sub-option 2, up to 7 days in the Western Gulf, Central Gulf, and West Yakutat, and up to 3 days in Southeast outside. Sub-option 3, status quo. Element 3, pot configuration requirements in the Gulf of Alaska IFQ fisheries. Option 1, revise the pot gear configuration requirements to remove the 9-inch maximum width of tunnel opening so it does not apply when a vessel has unfished halibut IFQ on board. Option 2, add an exception to the requirement for a biodegradable panel to authorize the slinky pot door latch mechanism. Element 4, gear marking requirements. Option 1, remove buoy configuration requirements in regulation, but retain the LP marking requirement. And that motion, as amended, passed 17-3. Okay.
Ms. Kimball has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Ms. Christensen. I realize you're giving your report before we received the presentation, so I was wondering if this is the right time to ask. But on your element 3, option 2, could you clarify a little bit about what that means? Does that mean the AP was putting forward an option that would mean we would not require any biodegradable panel, or that the biodegradable panel could be anywhere on the pot?
So that is, through the chair, Ms. Kimball, that's a really good question. And we had actually a lot of discussion on that particular element just to get clarification. The purpose of that particular option under element 3 is in recognition of the language that's currently contained in regulation about escape mechanisms, and the fact that, slinky pot users are having to modify those slinky pots in order to meet regulation. So the purpose of adding this option is to modify or get some kind of language that recognizes slinky pots for use, and recognizing that slinky pots and their design are very different from other pots that are used in other fisheries. And I actually think that you will hear public testimony on this particular element and option. So hopefully that answered your question.
Thank you.
Please continue.
Okay. Moving on to agenda item D2, IFQ access opportunities. There was a motion to recommend forming an entry-level quota entity committee in the AP, but that motion failed 10-10. So details on that motion are contained in the AP report. Moving on to agenda item D3, the RQE funding. The AP recommends the Council adopt the following purpose and need statement and alternatives for initial review. Purpose and need. In 2016, the Council took final action to create a recreational quota entity, RQE, as a market-based solution to the allocation conflict between the charter and commercial halibut sectors. This market-based solution authorizes commercial halibut quota share transfers between the RQE and willing sellers of commercial quota shares. The Council's preferred alternative and final rule establishing the RQE did not define the RQE's funding mechanism. Recently, Senator Sullivan proposed an amendment to the Magnuson-Stevens Fishery Conservation Act. This amendment will likely be approved by the U.S. Congress and will grant the Council the authority to develop the funding mechanism for the RQE. Once this bill passes Congress, the Council can take action to require charter operators to purchase stamps from NIMS Alaska region for each client that intends to retain halibut. These funds would be used by RQE to fund RQE administrative costs and enforcement and to purchase halibut quota share as specified in the RQE program. Without this action, there will be no mechanism to fund the RQE and no legal requirements for charter anglers to have the described stamps. Alternatives. Alternative 1, no action, status quo. Alternative 2, direct the NIMS Alaska region to work with Council staff and the RQE to develop a fee collection mechanism to supply halibut stamps to charter operators and subsequently distribute funds generated to the recreational quota entity. Once completed, this framework would be described in a draft regulatory impact review, and that motion passed 19-0. Okay, moving on to the next agenda item. D4, the IFQ Committee. The AP acknowledges the IFQ Committee report and requests further prioritization of action on the following. The AP recommends the Council authorize jig gear as a legal gear type for sablefish in the Gulf of Alaska. The AP recommends that the Council initiate analysis to suspend the ADAC residency requirement for a period of 3 to 5 years. As an option, the Council could also consider allowing a first-time applicant a one-time year of grace to establish residency. The AP recommends that the Council move forward with its work on the release of small sablefish, and that motion as amended passed 19-0.
Mr. Twight.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Ms. Christensen. Is the AP requesting the IFQ committee further prioritize action, or is who's supposed to further prioritize action on these? The wording is confusing me.
Through the chair, Mr. Twight, the AP, the motion that was passed by the AP did not set any priorities for any of the items that were discussed by the IFQ committee. And so the request is for the Council to prioritize.
Thank you.
Genetics, thank you.
All right, thank you. Moving on to D5, salmon genetics, motion number 1. The AP recommends the Council request a compilation of information on Bering Sea and Gulf of Alaska Chinook salmon bycatch, including historic and current bycatch numbers and trends, including spatial and temporal trends, summary of genetic stock identification information, stock status of Chinook salmon stocks, including Alaska, British Columbia, and U.S. West Coast stocks, updates on progress on the Council's June 2019 motion, and an updated AEQ impact analysis for Chinook bycatch in the Bering Sea pollock fishery. That motion, as amended, passed 20-0. And motion number 2 under this agenda item, the advisory panel thanks the Auk Bay Laboratory Genetics Program for the reports and their continued improvements on Chinook and chum salmon bycatch genetic research. We look forward to additional information on AEQ when it comes available. And that motion passed 20-0.
Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Ms. Christensen. Yep, on this slide. I just had a question. The first bullet under the AP recommendation and really related to all of these requests. In terms of historic and current bycatch numbers, spatial and temporal trends, what kind of time frame was the AP considering in terms of these requests and summaries? Is it essentially an update if we're talking about the Bering Sea since, say, Amendment 110 in the Council's analysis to modify the Chinook Salmon Bycatch Management Program? Just trying to get a sense of the scope of the AP's request and what kind of product the AP was looking for. Is it just kind of an update report or something more extensive?
Thank you, Ms. Baker. Through the chair, I believe, so the AP didn't specifically identify a time frame, but based on discussion around the table and in response, this motion is, partly in response to public testimony that we received. It's more than just an update. And so I believe, in my understanding, would be that would go, include before like Amendment 110 and Amendment 91. And it is, the purpose is to have all of this information accessible in one document, with the thought being that would improve accessibility and understanding for the public.
Okay, thank you. No more questions, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Baker. Ms. Kimball?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ms. Christensen, I'm wondering if there were, the first two bullets to this motion look like the content of the report the AP received at this meeting. So I think that is the extent of what we have on bycatch, on spatial and temporal trends, and on our most recent genetic stock identification information, which I believe, gets updated every year. So is there additional information beyond that report that the AP identified? Because that was the point of this meeting's presentation on those two bullets.
Through the chair, Ms. Kimball, the AP did not identify anything beyond the information that we received at this meeting, like you stated. And again, the main purpose in requesting all of these bullets was to get all of this information into one single report. And it was acknowledged around the table during discussion that that information is what we have seen and what we did receive. But the purpose was to get it all centrally located, I suppose would be a good way of putting that.
Okay, follow up, Mr. Chair, on the fourth bullet, progress on the Council's June 2019 motion. Do you have any further details on that, Ruth? I assume it's the one related to the salmon bycatch work group. And if you could talking about, and that you just don't know what resulted from that work group, is that what the AP is looking for there?
Through the chair, Ms. Kimball, yes, you are correct. We are looking for progress and any updated information from that salmon bycatch work group workshop that was held.
Thank you.
All right, moving on to D6. EDR SSPT report. The AP recommends the Council modify the alternatives from their January 30th, 2020 motion as follows: additions and underline and deletions and strikeout. Alternative 1, status quo alternative. Alternative 2, make revisions where needed in the EDR sections of the crab or groundfish FMPs and in the EDR regulations. Component 1, revise authorizations for third-party data verification audits under the existing programs and reduce burdens associated with this process. Amend regulatory language in all EDR programs to authorize third-party data verification audits in cases of noncompliance. Component 2, revise requirements for aggregation of data across submitters and blind formatting in all EDR programs to make those data aggregation and confidentiality protections comparable to the requirements under other data collection programs. Component 3, small changes to existing EDR programs. CRAB EDRs. Option 1, assess modifications to Table 1, ex-vessel sales, and Table 2, quota lease costs to account for inconsistencies associated with ex-vessel sales and IFQ lease costs as reported in CRAB EDR forms, compared to 1, the gross revenue basis for crew settlements, and 2, NMFS Alaska region records of vessels, landings, and IFQ permit deductions. Option 2, assess modifications to CRAB CV and CP forms to associate joint ownership of active CRAB vessels and quota shareholders. Amendment 80 EDRs. Option 1, revise the EDR web form to pre-populate data entry fields for EDR tables 1, 2.1, 2.2, 2.3, and 2.4. Option 2, assess data quality impacts of eliminating data days fishing and days processing data elements from table 2.5. Option 3, assess modifications to Table 4, capital expenditures, to distinguish and potentially exclude major investment expenditures, e.g. vessel replacement structural hull modification, from capitalized expenditures associated with routine cyclical capital maintenance and improvement. Consider potential data quality improvements and burden reductions from a capitalized expenditures EDR module required only every 3 years, which covers the prior 3-year period. Component 4, revise EDR collection period to every option, 2 years, 3 years, 5 years. Alternative 3, remove EDR requirements. Option 1, the GOA trial EDR. Option 2, the Amendment 80 EDR. Option 3, the Amendment 91 EDR. And Option 4, CRAB EDR. And that motion passed 19-1.
Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thanks, Ruth. I was moving quickly to look at the AP rationale for this particular action, and I might be missing it, but I'm not seeing much of a description about the recommendation to remove Component 3, remove the GOA trial EDR requirements, and can you just did the AP discuss that at all in terms of rationale, or did I just miss it?
Ms. Baker, through the chair, that wasn't discussed specifically at the AP, but I think the intent of removing that was because that particular component was subsumed under the alternative 3, remove EDR requirements, and then having alternative 3 broken out into those 4 options, option 1 of which was the GOA trial EDR.
I see that now. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Thanks, Ms. Baker. Okay, I don't see any further questions, so take it home.
All right. Agenda item E for staff tasking. Motion 1. The AP recommends the council initiate a discussion paper to consider identifying long line pots as legal beer for Greenland turbot. That motion passed 19-0. Motion 2, the AP recommends that the council return to the prior practice of publishing all public comments simultaneously at the conclusion of the comment deadline. That motion passed 10-9. And then we had our motion, our final motion was to approve our minutes from February 2021. And that concludes my AP report, and I'm happy to take any remaining questions.
Okay, thank you. Final questions from council members?